Chapter 119. 100,000 Mountains. In a large hall, Zhang Lier looked coldly at Zhang Xinshu. I told you to keep an eye on the Heavenly Wolf sect. What are you keeping an eye on? The news you received was that Wang Ku left the Heavenly Wolf sect for a few days? Zhang Lier glared at him. Sister, do you know how cunning Wang Ku is? Last time, he disguised himself as an ugly person and tried to escape but was discovered by me. This time, his disguise must be even better. We sent people to keep watch at the immortal wolf town. It's simply... Zhang Xinshu said bitterly. He remembered the last time he caught Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. One of them had a face full of pimples and the other was a fat woman. If he didn't have a portrait beforehand, he wouldn't have thought of their disguises. Now that he didn't have a portrait, how was he going to find them? I don't care. That's your dereliction of duty. Also, you sent the crane flock out to search. Did they all return empty-handed? Zhang Lier glared. Sister, why are you so angry at Wang Ku? Did he do something unbearable to you? Zhang Xinshu frowned. Bang! Zhang Lier slapped Zhang Xinshu's head, almost slapping him to the ground. What nonsense are you talking about? Who the hell is Wang Ku? Is he my opponent? Zhang Lier glared and scolded. But why are you so angry at him? What happened at the office of Wang Ku that day? Zhang Xinshu asked curiously. That day? Speaking of that day, Zhang Lier was angry. How many years had he been ambushing others? He had never been so humiliated. Not only did he fail, but he was also humiliated? It was simply a great humiliation. It's all your fault. I asked you to check the structure of the Immortal King building. For so many days the drawings you gave me were all wrong. Why didn't you draw the office of Wang Ku and the secret elevator passage? Why? Zhang Lier glared. We tried our best. Zhang Xinshu smiled bitterly. Search for it. All the immortal cranes, go out and search. I don't believe that we can't find it. Zhang Lier said in a low voice. But, if all the immortal cranes are sent out, what if the disciples of the sect want to ride them? Zhang Xinshu asked worriedly. Can't you walk without a red-crowned crane? Everyone, wait. Zhang Lier said coldly. But the sect master and the elders? If they are dissatisfied, tell them to come to me. All of you, go out and look for him. Listen carefully, if you can't find Wang Ku, don't come back. The same goes for all the red-crowned cranes. If you can't find Wang Ku, don't come back. Zhang Lier glared. Zhang Xinshu's face stiffened. I'm so pissed off. What's the use of all of you doing this every day? You're both younger brothers, but look at him and look at you. You're all making me angry. Zhang Lier scolded. Zhang Xinshu's face stiffened. Sister, I'm going to find Wang Ku. Don't say any more. With that, Zhang Xinshu hugged his head and scurried out of the main hall. Zhang Lier was still angry. In a forest in the 100,000 mountains, Zhang Jingdao looked at the two scarecrows in front of him. At this moment, the two scarecrows were wearing Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao's clothes. They stood there motionlessly. Wang Ku, this is your underwear protection plan? Damn it, two scarecrows. Is it over? Zhang Jingdao said blankly. What else do you want? Wang Ku glared at Zhang Jingdao. But, isn't this too perfunctory? What's the use of this thing? It's just to scare the birds passing by. Zhang Jingdao said blankly. Didn't you see? These two scarecrows are wearing the clothes that we just took off. Wang Ku said solemnly. So what? Zhang Jingdao was puzzled. The original flavor. Wang Ku explained. What original flavor? Zhang Jingdao said with a puzzled look. Wang Ku rolled his eyes at Zhang Jingdao. You don't even know this? How did you develop such a heavy taste in the past? All right, let's hide in the distant forest and use camphor to cover our aura. I want to see who steals my underwear every time. They actually followed us here. Wang Ku said in a deep voice. That's it? Zhang Jingdao was stunned. It's over. Wang Ku nodded. What about your protection plan? You're not even going to meet the other party? You're not even going to fight? You're done just like that? You even gave away a full set of clothes for free? Zhang Jingdao said in astonishment. Then what do you want? Wang Ku said in a deep voice. No, are you not going to do anything? Zhang Jingdao said in astonishment. It's just stealing underwear, not murder or arson. How can it be such a big crime? Do you really want me to chop them into pieces? I just want to see which little sister of the Heavenly Wolf sect has such a perverted hobby. Wang Ku explained. Is the female disciple of the Heavenly Wolf sect crazy to steal your underwear? She followed you for 1,000 miles just to steal your underwear? Zhang Jingdao said with a face of disbelief. Who knows? We have to be more tolerant of female senior sisters. Wang Ku said matter-of-factly. What if it's not a senior sister, but a senior brother? Zhang Jingdao analyzed. Wang Ku's face stiffened. It's a man? F***ck, this damn pervert, I can't just let it go like this. Wang Ku glared angrily. Zhang Jingdao was puzzled. This damn pervert always steals my clothes. I'll burn him to death. Wang Ku said in a deep voice. Burn? Zhang Jingdao was puzzled. Wang Ku flipped his hand and took out a sealed bag. At the same time, he activated his turbid true qi. The golden turbid true qi instantly filled the bag to the brim. Then, Wang Ku very carefully hid it in his scarecrow. That's your true qi? What are you doing? Zhang Jingdao was puzzled. However, he saw Wang Ku take out a piece of paper and use a flint to cover the only exposed part of the sealed bag. On the paper was written, Whoever steals my underwear will die a horrible death. Zhang Jingdao looked at Wang Ku's operation with a strange expression. What kind of mechanism is this? Why can't I understand it? You don't understand. This is Sun Tzu's art of war. Back then, Sun Bin used the words on a tombstone to kill Pang Wan. I wrote these words in order to humiliate that pervert. Once he gets angry from embarrassment, he'll tear this piece of paper and ignite my true energy with the flint. Damn pervert, I want him to become a roasted pig. Wang Ku said in a deep voice. This is a clever method. However, who is Sun Bin? Zhang Jingdao was puzzled. How could Zhang Jingdao have heard of an ancient person on Earth? Sun Bin? He is Sun Tzu's grandson. Wang Ku explained. Zhang Jingdao, who is this grandson? Why are you scolding him like this? I didn't scold him. He is Sun Tzu's grandson. Alright, let's go. Wang Ku brought Zhang Jingdao and ran away. Both of them were cowards who were afraid of death. Naturally, they would hide far away. They were so far away that they had to hide well over a dozen mountains away. They used things to cover their scent. Wang Ku, aren't we hiding too far away? We are so far away that we can't see clearly. Zhang Jingdao said in a strange tone. Don't talk nonsense. You were the fastest just now. Wang Ku glared at him. The two of them stared at the distant valley that they couldn't see clearly. Tong'an put on a dog's nose and brought 10 baldies with him as they quickly traversed through the forest. Soon, they caught up with Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. Tong'an raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Altar Master? A baldi asked curiously. Wang Ku's scent is split into 2 and in 2 different directions? Tong'an frowned. Wang Ku's scent is split into 2? Could it split a person in half? A baldi asked in confusion. That's not right. Wang Ku must have placed his personal belongings in one place while he himself went to another place. Only one of the 2 places is the real Wang Ku. Tong'an sniffed with his dog nose. What should we do? Don't worry. Both places are not far away. Let's go to the closer place first. Follow me, it's in the valley ahead. Tong'an led the 10 of them to the valley where Wang Ku had set up the trap. Altar Master there. Look, the 2 of them are standing there. A baldi exclaimed in surprise. Quick, surround them. Ha ha. Tong'an laughed. Boom. The 11 of them surrounded the 2 scarecrows as fast as they could. They raised their swords excitedly, but when they saw the scarecrows in front of them, their faces froze. What's going on? Scarecrows? Why? And they are wearing Wang Ku's clothes? The Baldies widened their eyes in shock. This was 2F** King Strange. Who would make scarecrows in the middle of nowhere? More importantly, there were no crops to protect. What was going on? Oh no, we've been exposed. Wang Ku discovered our tracks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made scarecrows. It's an ambush. A Baldy exclaimed. Phew. The group of them quickly scanned their surroundings. However, other than the frightened birds flying into the sky, there was no one else. There were also the red-crowned cranes flying across the sky. No ambush? Tongan asked in confusion. Altar Master, I don't understand. What's the meaning of this scarecrow? Have we been discovered by Wang Ku? A Baldy was puzzled. There's a note on the scarecrow wearing Wang Ku's clothes. Tongan squinted his eyes and discovered a detail. Whoever steals my underwear will die a horrible death. Everyone looked at the 9 words and fell silent for a while. Are you crazy? Who would steal Wang Ku's underwear? Altar Master, we don't understand. What does Wang Ku mean by leaving these 9 words? Is there a mystery behind it? A Baldy asked in confusion. Don't underestimate Wang Ku. There must be a hidden meaning behind these words. He's trying to harm us. There must be a hidden mechanism behind it. Tongan said in a low voice. What kind of mechanism could there be in these 9 words? A Baldy asked in confusion. That's right. What kind of mechanism could there be? Since they weren't the underwear thieves as Wang Ku had guessed, the group didn't fall for Wang Ku's art of war. They didn't tear the note apart. They only looked at the words on the note and were puzzled. Wang Ku was able to catch me a few times. He's like a fish in water in both the righteous and diabolical path. How could he do things without a plan? There must be a hidden meaning behind these words. Wait, let me sniff to see if there are any clues. Tongan walked forward. Sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff. Tongan activated the Dharma treasure on his nose, dog nose, with all his might. He wanted to find the trap left behind by Wang Ku. Altar Master, shall I tear it apart? Let's take a look. A Baldy walked forward. Wait, just in case there's a trap. Tongan shouted worriedly. Altar Master Fong Xin, I'll be careful. I won't use my hands. The Baldy said. As he spoke, he stabbed the long sword in his hand into the scarecrow. Pop! It was as though a balloon had been popped. In an instant, a golden gas flowed out. Sniff, sniff. Tongan activated dog nose to the maximum. The golden gas was instantly sucked into Tong An's nose. The turbid true chi was already smelly enough. The dog nose could amplify the smell by 100 or even 1,000 times. Rumble. Tongan felt as though he was struck by a bolt from the blue. His entire soul collapsed in an instant. After being amplified by the dog nose, Tongan felt as though he had fallen into the endless abyss of Avicii. His soul froze as the overwhelming stench drowned him. Help! Golyalu! Tongan only shouted one sentence before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. White foam kept coming out of his mouth. There's poisonous gas in the scarecrow. We've been tricked. Wang Ku set us up. It's an ambush. Altar Master. A group of Baldies immediately pounced on Tong and Golyalu. Tongan, who had fainted, convulsed and foamed at the mouth. The group of Baldies immediately carried Tongan and ran away. One of the Baldies was furious. Before he left, he kicked the scarecrow viciously. At the same time, he kicked the scarecrow on the paper. In an instant, he ignited the scarecrow with a flint. Bang! The trace of turbid true energy left on the scarecrow was enough to ignite it instantly. The scarecrow was set ablaze in an instant, emitting a raging fire. Tongan was unconscious. Why would anyone care about the scarecrow? He had already run away. At this moment, the 2 scarecrows were set ablaze. The eyes of the red-crowned cranes circling in the sky suddenly lit up. The red-crowned cranes had been ordered not to return until they found Wang Ku. Zhang Xinshu had also ordered that Wang Ku knew how to disguise himself. When they were flying in the sky, they had to investigate even the slightest abnormality. Perhaps they would find some clues. Now that the raging fire was burning, they had to go and take a look. Shriek, shriek, shriek. The red-crowned cranes pounced on the valley where the scarecrow was set ablaze. At this moment, Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao, who were hiding behind a dozen mountains, suddenly had their eyes lit up. It seems like a group of men in black went to our scarecrow? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. Men in black? Ah, they finally took off the paper. It's burning. That's not right. Why is the flame so small? I remember that I used enough turbid vital energy. Although it's not enough to burn that freak to death, it should at least scare him. Why is the flame so small? That's strange. Wang Ku was puzzled. That group of men in black seems to be running away? They're wearing black. We can't recognize them at all. Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. Wang Ku's expression turned ugly. It's not one freak, but a group of freaks? Wang Ku, your plan won't work. We've lost 2 sets of clothes, and we still can't identify them. Zhang Jingdao frowned. At this moment, the red-crowned cranes swooped down and instantly arrived at the area around the flames. They began to search. At the same time, they flew in all directions as if they were looking for someone. Hide, it's the red-crowned cranes of the Golden Crow sect. They're searching for us. Zhang Jingdao said nervously. Red-crowned cranes? Red-crowned cranes? Golden Crow sect? I understand. I know who stole my underwear. Wang Ku's expression was complicated. Who is it? Zhang Jingdao asked in surprise. It's Zhang Lier. It must be her. If she didn't have such a perverted mentality, how could she have seduced me at the Divine King building that day? It must be her. The case has been solved. It's Zhang Lier. Wang Ku's expression was complicated. Zhang Jingdao looked at Wang Ku in shock. You're so shameless. How can you say such things? Zhang Lier is such a beautiful woman. Although her temper isn't very good, she's recognized as a top beauty in the 100,000 mountains. You're actually blaming her for stealing your underwear? You even went to the Sky Wolf sect to steal it for half a year? Where's your logic? Wang Ku, how can you say such shameless words? Zhang Jingdao was about to suffocate. How am I shameless? What do you know? It must be her. She asked the disciples of the Sky Wolf sect to help her steal it. Otherwise, everything doesn't make sense. I'm still keeping my chastity for Serene Moon, but this Zhang Lier took advantage of my weakness and had such evil thoughts. Sure enough, it's impossible to guard against a woman's schemes. How could I have thought that she would have such perverted thoughts? Wang Ku said with an ugly expression. Zhang Jingdao's breathing suddenly stopped as he looked at Wang Ku. Even a flying sword wouldn't be able to penetrate his skin, right? Chapter 120. At the foot of Shirwan Mountain, a group of Baldies surrounded Tong An and Blurg. Tong An got up and vomited. Altar Master has been vomiting for a day and a night. If he continues vomiting, he will vomit blood. Yeah, what kind of poison is Altar Master suffering from? I don't know either. I am an expert in using poison, but I couldn't find any poison when I checked him just now. This is too terrifying. This is the first time I have seen such a miraculous use of poison. The 10 Baldies were waiting anxiously. Blurg. Tong An vomited for a while until he was completely exhausted. Then, he collapsed on the ground and slowly recovered some of his energy. Altar Master, are you feeling better? A Baldi asked. Better. Blurg. Tong An trembled and was able to speak again. Altar Master, it seems like we have fallen into Wang Ku's trap. He set you up. The Baldi said worriedly. Go to the mountain over there. I smelled 2 directions just now. One is the trap left by Wang Ku, and the other should be Wang Ku himself. He is over there. Blurg. Tong An pointed weakly at the location where Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao were hiding. It has been more than a day. Will Wang Ku still be there? Abaldi asked worriedly. Tong An's face stiffened. Yes, it has been more than a day. Wang Ku must have left long ago. It's okay. We still have the dog's nose. We can definitely find him with it, Tong An said in a trembling voice. Phew. Abaldi passed the dog's nose to Tong An, and looking at the dog's nose, Tong An subconsciously thought of the previous smell. Blurred. Tong An vomited again. Altar Master, how are you feeling? A group of subordinates asked worriedly. You guys try activating it. Use your dog's nose to find him. Tong An waved his hand. Abaldi immediately put on the dog's nose and activated it with his true yuan. Sniff, sniff. The bald man sniffed for a while. How is it? Everyone asked. I don't feel anything, the bald man said blankly. How is that possible? If you wear a dog's nose, your sense of smell will be magnified 100 times, no, 1,000 times. I can smell the fragrance of flowers from 10 li away, Tong An said weakly. Is this dog's nose broken? That baldy asked blankly. Let me try. Another bald man beside him snatched the dog's nose. Sniff. After sniffing for a while, the bald man said bitterly, Altar Master, I'm afraid it's really broken. There's no reaction. Tong An was dumbstruck. Altar Master, what did you smell just now? You actually damaged your dog nose? The bald man asked. Broken? He had gone through untold hardships and sacrificed that spy to steal this dog's nose. He had also hidden in the cave for many days, waiting for Wang Ku to come out. When he was finally about to find Wang Ku, he was fed a mouthful of vomiting for a day and a night, and it was still not getting better. He was just one step away. Was this dog's nose broken? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let me see. Tong An stretched out his trembling hand and snatched the dog's nose. Sniff. Sniff. He took a few big breaths. Unfortunately, this Dharma treasure was really broken. There was no reaction at all. Altar Master, what should we do? A bald man asked anxiously. Just one step away. Just one step away. Tong An was so angry that his whole body was trembling. They were just one step away from catching Wang Ku. If they had not gone to the scarecrow's place, they would have gone to another place with Wang Ku's scent. They were just one step away. Is the dog's nose broken? We can't find Wang Ku? The 10 bald men asked anxiously. Look for him. Wang Ku must not have gone far. Split up and look for him. We must find him. He can't have gone far. Tong An said angrily. Yes. Heavenly Wolf Sect, West Wolf Palace. Mo Sanshan was sitting comfortably in a pavilion, drinking tea. Suddenly, a West Wolf Palace disciple barged in. Could it be that Dog Nose 18 has some new information? Mo Sanshan asked confidently. Tong An's escape was not as simple as the Heavenly Wolf Sect's spy helping him escape. Mo Sanshan was the one behind the entire escape. Mo Sanshan wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. The dog's nose in Tong An's hands was purposely given to Tong An by Mo Sanshan. It looked like Tong An had escaped, but everything was under Mo Sanshan's control. The dog's nose was the string of the kite. No matter where Tong An and the others went, the string was in Mo Sanshan's hands. Palace Master, bad news. We lost contact with Dog Nose 18. The disciple said with an ugly expression. Lost contact? Mo Sanshan raised an eyebrow. Yes, we lost contact. It's gone. Our Dharma treasure can't sense it. The disciple smiled bitterly. Whoosh! Mo Sanshan stood up immediately. His kite string was broken? It was gone? How could it be gone? Mo Sanshan glared. We don't know either. We're guessing that Dog Nose 18 might be broken. The disciple smiled bitterly. How could it be broken? It's been so many years. When has it ever been broken? Emo Sanchon glared. I don't know, the disciple said bitterly. Emo Sanchon. What the F***ck was this? Not only did he fail to cast a long line to catch a big fish, he even lost all his bait? He went for wool and came home shorn? We can't lose it just like that. Where was Dog Nose 18 last seen? Bring me there. Emo Sanchon said coldly. Yes. Scarecrow Valley. A flock of red-crowned cranes arrived and put out the fire. They searched everywhere for Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. Unfortunately, the two were as slippery as loaches. How could they be found by a few red-crowned cranes? They had already run away. Not long after, Zhang Xinshu arrived at the valley with a few of his junior brothers. They looked at the scarecrows on the ground that had just been put out. Senior brother Xinshu, when the cranes found them, one of the scarecrows was almost burnt to a crisp. They hurriedly put out the fire and only found a few pieces of charred clothes. The other scarecrow was relatively well preserved, but some of it was burnt. We did a comparison and found that the clothes on the other scarecrow should be Zhang Jingdao's. We saw him wearing those clothes at the Divine King building. One of the junior brothers said solemnly. Zhang Xinshu had a strange expression on his face. Scarecrow? Wearing Zhang Jingdao's clothes? What does that mean? Zhang Xinshu was confused. I don't know, but there must be a deeper meaning. The group of junior brothers could not understand. The experts of the Golden Crow sect would never have guessed that Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao were fighting a battle of underwear, even if they racked their brains. If they could guess it based on clues, how smart would their brains be? Senior brother, what should we do now? Should we inform senior sister? One of the junior brothers asked curiously. We haven't caught anyone. If we inform my sister and she comes back empty-handed, are we waiting to be scolded? Zhang Xinshu said in a low voice. The junior brothers. Let's search first. Find Wang Ku first. Now that we have this clue, it's better than casting a net all over the world. 2 points and 1 line from the Sky Wolf sect to here. Follow this direction and search quickly. Find Wang Ku and inform my sister immediately. Zhang Xinshu said in a low voice. Yes. The junior brothers answered. Vermilion Immortal Town. Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao were wearing bamboo hats and looking at the sky. Wang Ku, are you sure Zhang Lier is chasing you? Zhang Jingdao still looked at Wang Ku in disbelief. What do you think? Wang Ku glared at Zhang Jingdao. What do I think? I think you're the shameless one. Slandering a great beauty. Zhang Jingdao glared. Nonsense. I slandered her? If she didn't do it, would I slander her? I Wang Ku always speak my mind. Wang Ku glared at Zhang Jingdao. Why do I feel that your words are fake? Zhang Jingdao said strangely. Bah. Wang Ku ignored him. Vermilion Immortal Town is just ahead. Will anyone recognize us with our clothes? Zhang Jingdao frowned. Don't worry, we're wearing bamboo hats. Look, the cranes flying in the sky can't only recognize us. Don't worry. No one will recognize us. Wang Ku said confidently. Just as Wang Ku finished speaking, a shout came from not far away. Ah, it's the Wang family leader? Wang family leader, you're back in Vermilion Immortal Town? A surprised voice came from the town gate. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to look at him. When they saw Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao, it triggered a chain reaction. Wang family leader? The Wang family leader is back, come take a look. An exalted immortal Zhang. Exalted immortal Zhang Jingdao is here too. It's true, Wang family leader, exalted immortal Zhang. How do you have time to come to Vermilion Immortal Town? Quick, quick, please come in. Wang family leader. The residents of Vermilion Immortal Town were so enthusiastic that Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao were stunned. You call this not being able to recognize us? Zhang Jingdao was confused. Wang Ku was also confused. He was wearing a bamboo hat. Are your eyes X-rays? Not only did they recognize him, but the residents of Vermilion Immortal Town were also very enthusiastic. This enthusiasm was a little too much. How did you recognize us? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. Exalted immortal Zhang, have you forgotten? Last year, when building the Divine King building, we recruited Khanate stage workers from various towns. I was fortunate enough to participate in the construction of the Divine King building. Exalted immortal Zhang was supervising the construction. I would recognize you even if you turned into ashes. Especially your clothes. A resident of Vermilion Immortal Town said. That's right, the water pipes and faucets ordered by the Divine King building were contracted to the Vermilion Immortal Town workshop. We worked together to forge them. How rare. Thank you, Wang family leader, for taking care of our business. News of the Divine King building has already spread in Vermilion Immortal Town. Who doesn't know that the Wang family leader from Vermilion Immortal Town is so capable? That's right, that's right. The Shunwang company that Wang family leader opened has already spread throughout the 72 towns. Not only the Divine King building, but I also heard that more than half of the immortal sects in the 100,000 mountains sent experts to participate. I know. I saw in Wolf Immortal Town that day that not only the experts from the various immortal sects went, but the sect leader of the Sky Wolf sect and the 4 palace masters also went to cut the ribbon for the opening of Wang family leader's Shunwang company. Wang family leader is now famous in the 100,000 mountains. The disciples of the various immortal sects have to give him face. I also heard that Wang family leader is now selling something called insurance. The disciples of the various immortal sects are fighting to buy it. Wang family leader, we used to do business with you. Now that you're rich and have connections with the various immortal sects, you must take care of your fellow villagers. Wang family leader, please come in. Quick, quick, let's go. Stay in my mansion. No, stay in my house. The best courtyard in my house is for Wang family leader. The hospitality of the residents of Vermilion Immortal Town left Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao dumbfounded. Does this count as returning home in glory? Wang Ku said in shock. Zhang Jingdao also had a strange look on his face. Do you know that Wang Ku came back to make money? Why did he come all the way here? Vermilion Immortal Town. A large number of cultivator families lived there, as well as Khanate realm experts from the mortal world. These residents found it difficult to raise their heads in front of the disciples of the immortal sections. Although they were also cultivators, they were rejected by the various immortal sects for various reasons. They did not have profound cultivation techniques or sufficient wealth. They could only rely on themselves to struggle in the 100,000 mountains to barely cultivate. In the end, the residents of the great immortal town only managed to live a long life. Only a small number of them could enter the immortal sects again. Therefore, the residents of the various immortal towns had a difficult life. Every day they had to struggle for small profits. However, Wang Ku had become the most promising person in Vermilion Immortal Town. Look at Wang Ku's situation, and look at their situation. Many people were jealous of Wang Ku. However, when Wang Ku was in front of them, they still wanted to curry favor with Wang Ku, hoping that Wang Ku would lead them to the top. Wang Ku's debts in Vermilion Immortal Town had been cleared long ago. Naturally, no one dared to gossip. Everyone was very enthusiastic. However, Wang Ku did not accept their enthusiasm. Surrounded by many people, he came to the Gong 1 tea house. Everyone. This time, I did come back with a business deal for everyone. However, please allow me to rest for a while before I discuss it with everyone. Sorry. Wang Ku bowed to the crowd outside the door. Of course. The person outside the door said politely. Today, the Gong 1 tea house is closed. Everyone, my apologies. The Gong 1 tea house owner bowed to the crowd outside. However, no one could find fault with it. At the same time, everyone seemed to realize something. Could this Gong 1 tea house be Wang Ku's business? Bam! The door slammed shut. I'm so tired. They're too enthusiastic. I'm embarrassed. Zhang Jingdao sat down and drank a big bowl of tea. They're here to welcome me, not you. Why are you embarrassed? Wang Ku also drank a bowl of tea. What do you mean not me? Didn't you see that they kept calling me Heavenly Immortal Zhang? Zhang Jingdao was unhappy. They're so enthusiastic because they want to benefit from us. If you think it's okay, then go and sell insurance for them tomorrow. See how they treat you? Wang Ku said disdainfully. Zhang Jingdao's expression froze. Let the residents of Vermilion Immortal Town pay for it? What a joke. Can't you see that their eyes are shining? Their eyes are as excited as if they're looking at a fat sheep. They want my money. How am I supposed to take their money? But, Zhang Jingdao frowned. There's no free lunch in this world. There's no fawning for no reason, and there's no unwarranted enthusiasm. You're not their relative. If they're so nice to you, they're definitely trying to take something from you. Remember, one can't be strong without desires. Wang Ku shook his head. One can't be strong without desires? Damn, why do I feel like I need to beat you up when you say that? Zhang Jingdao said with a strange expression. Chapter 121. Zhu Immortal Town Gong 1 Tea House. Wang Ku sat in the main seat in the hall, his legs crossed as he sipped his tea and listened to the shopkeeper's description. It's that serious? Wang Ku narrowed his eyes. Yes. Zhu Yan became a demon, and the Great Qing dynasty collapsed. The entire Great Qing dynasty is in chaos. All the great clans have risen up. Although my Wang clan's actions are relatively fast, some of the great clans have extremely strong foundations. In addition, some of the great clans have ancestors that entered the immortal sections. Right now, all the armies in the Great Qing dynasty have joined forces. Although we were lucky to occupy Qing capital, we are not in the strongest position, the shopkeeper said respectfully. Wang Ku sipped his tea and frowned. I've studied the history of the mortal district. It's the same when a dynasty falls. Most of the time, the dynasty's backer falls. Then it becomes a struggle for hegemony. Family head, Nie Tianba also returned to Zhu Immortal Town 3 days ago, the shopkeeper said respectfully. Nie Tianba? Wang Ku was taken aback. That old man was still alive? Yes. Nie Tianba is now helping a warlord surnamed Z. He came to Zhu Immortal Town to recruit Khanate experts as generals to go to the mortal district and conquer the world. The shopkeeper explained. He came to Zhu Immortal Town to recruit Khanate experts to go to the mortal district to fight? Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. That's normal. I've read some history books. It's always like that. When a dynasty collapses, it's the time for a new dynasty to rise. Which dynasty doesn't have immortal sects behind them? However, the immortal sects are divided into righteous and demonic sections. Therefore, their disciples can't participate in the war in the mortal district. Otherwise, there will be no end to it. If they can't recruit experts from the immortal sects, then they can recruit from the major immortal towns. As long as they pay, what's wrong with that? The experts in the immortal towns also need to make a living. The mortal warlords can't afford to hire them, but the immortal sects behind them can provide some funds. Wang Ku explained. You can do that? Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. What's wrong with that? It's a war. Whoever defeats everyone first wins. Wang Ku said matter-of-factly. Then wouldn't that big cousin of yours be at a disadvantage? Zhang Jingdao asked in astonishment. What loss? If others can recruit cultivators, why can't my Wang clan do the same? They have money but I don't? I can smash them to death with money. Wang Ku said disdainfully. Spend money? Zhang Jingdao was shocked. This was not Wang Ku's style. By the way, Nie Tianba, what's the price of recruiting Xiantian realm experts for that warlord surnamed Z? Wang Ku asked in a deep voice. Early Xiantian realm, 500 gene of spirit stones. Mid-level Xiantian realm, 600 gene of spirit stones. High-level Xiantian realm, 700 gene of spirit stones. The innkeeper reported respectfully. 500, 600, 700? It was a normal price. After all, it will take a long time to finish the war. Wang Ku nodded. What about you? How much are you prepared to spend? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. We're looking for Xiantian fighters, 50 kilograms of spirit stones for a beginner. Mid-level, 150 kilograms of spirit stones. High-level, 200 kilograms of spirit stones. And that's about it. Wang Ku analyzed for a while. At the side, Zhang Jingdao's eyes widened. Wang Ku, did I hear wrongly? They start at 500, you start at 100? 200 is the limit? You call this little bit of money throwing money? Where's your conscience? What do you know, 50 kilograms of spirit stones is already extravagant, they're still not satisfied. Wang Ku glared at him. Are you crazy or am I crazy? 50 kilograms of spirit stones, you want Xiantian realm experts to work for you? Zhang Jingdao was stunned. Learn a bit, I'll show you tomorrow. Maybe this time, not only will you not need to spend money, you might even make a profit. Wang Ku shook his head. Bullsh *T, are they idiots? They're going to the mortal district to fight, they're risking their lives. They might die at any time. You want them to not want money? No, from your tone, you're saying they're going to work for you? What are you bragging about? Zhang Jingdao glared at him in disbelief. We'll see tomorrow. Wang Ku shook his head. Vermilion Immortal Town, Nie family. The last time Wang Ku brought people to the Nie family to cause trouble, it resulted in a great battle between the righteous and demonic paths. Nie Tianba's mansion was reduced to ruins, but it had been rebuilt in a short time. Nie Tianba had turned the Nie family into a pile of loose sand. Some disciples had left Vermilion Immortal Town, while others had stayed. Without Nie Tianba, the Nie family disciples' lives had become a lot more difficult. Now that Nie Tianba had returned and given them money, they could finally live comfortably again. Although the debt with the major families had not been repaid, there was a solution. More importantly, Nie Tianba had coincidentally broken through to the Golden Core realm in the past year. Boom! A stream of qi emerged from Nie Tianba's body as he cultivated. Nie Tianba, who was at the first stage of the Golden Core realm, had a powerful aura. The Nie family disciples who passed by the hall were excited. Now that their family head was at the Golden Core realm, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in Vermilion Immortal Town? Owing 150,000 kilograms of spirit stones to the various family heads was not that desperate for a Golden Core realm cultivator. Furthermore, Nie Tianba had found himself a backer. Has your cultivation stabilized? A black-robed man in the hall took a sip of tea and asked. Nie Tianba nodded. Yes. Thank you for the generous gift from the hall master. The hall master gave you so much true origin blood to help you break through. You must remember that. Now, the hall master's grandnephew is fighting for the throne in the mortal district, and he has arranged for you to recruit Khanate realm cultivators. I don't think you've recruited that many, the black-robed man said. I've already negotiated with the major families. Nie Tianba said. The hall master gave you 150,000 kilograms of spirit stones. Are you going to use it all to repay your debt? The black-robed man asked. I promised the hall master to recruit 200 Khanate realm cultivators. Of course, I'll keep my word. Do you think it's that easy to recruit them? The change of dynasties in the mortal district is a war. It's a battle of life and death. Even the Khanate realm cultivators from the major immortal towns don't dare to participate in it because the slightest carelessness will lead to death. Moreover, I have to select the people who will come to scam the money. Do you think it's easy? Why don't you do it? Nie Tianba said coldly. I can come. Why would I need you? If I come, I'll be representing the demon sect. How can I interfere? I'm here to supervise you. Don't even think about running away with the money, the black-robed man said. Run away with the money? Do you think I'm Wang Ku, that bastard? Nie Tianba said hatefully. Even now, Nye Tianba could not let go of the fact that Wang Ku, that bastard, had caused him to be in such a miserable state. Wang Ku. When you mention him, I'm puzzled. That person is really strange. Everyone in the demon sect is talking about him. He's the divine dragon branch leader that was personally appointed by the Devil Lord. How did he get into the Heavenly Wolf sect? Moreover, I heard that he opened a business not long ago. The sect leader of the Heavenly Wolf sect and a group of temple masters are helping him? That's too strange. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. He's a liar. Nye Tianba said hatefully. It's fine if you say that in front of me. In the future, be careful in the demon sect. He's still the branch leader of the divine dragon branch leader. Even your grandaunt, Nye Qingqing, is now his subordinate, the black-robed man said in a deep voice. Nye Tianba's face was full of hatred. His grandaunt had lost her mind and started the Underworld Demon Conference. In the end, she lost her position as the fifth hall leader. He had offended her for no reason. Now, not only was she not his backer, but she had also become Wang Ku's subordinate. What the hell was going on? I think you should thoroughly investigate Wang Ku. There must be something wrong with him, since he has the support of the righteous faction. Nye Tianba said in a deep voice. Don't worry. Someone is paying attention to him. The hall leader doesn't like him either. You don't have to worry about Wang Ku. Hurry up and recruit more Xiantian cultivators. The battle between mortals changes 3 times a day. You can't wait for too long. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. All right. I'll ignore Wang Ku for now. Nye Tianba took a deep breath. At that moment, a disciple of the Nye family hurried into the hall. Patriarch, this is bad. That scourge is back. The disciple said anxiously. Scourge? Nye Tianba was stunned. It's Wang Ku. He and Zhang Jingdao are back. Now, the whole town is in an uproar. Many patriarchs of the cultivation families have gone to visit Wang Ku. The disciple said worriedly. Nye Tianba's face twitched. He had just said that he would ignore Wang Ku, and the scourge was back? Patriarch, what should we do now? The disciple asked anxiously. It doesn't matter. I'm also in the Golden Core realm now. Wang Ku. I can crush him with one hand. Nye Tianba said with a ferocious expression. But Zhang Jingdao, who's with Wang Ku, is also in the Golden Core realm. The disciple said anxiously. Nye Tianba's face stiffened. He turned to look at the black-robed man. Don't look at me. I won't do anything. I don't want to get into trouble. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Nye Tianba. Patriarch? What should I do? The disciple asked worriedly. Forget it. Don't worry about him. I'll deal with him next time. Inform the patriarchs that I'll be holding a banquet tomorrow and invite them to the Nye family. At the same time, we'll discuss some debts. Nye Tianba's face froze halfway through his sentence. The money he owed the patriarchs was all scammed by Wang Ku. Was he really going to pay for it? Most importantly, it was all in Wang Ku's pocket. What a scam! Why should he pay for it? Patriarch? The disciple asked, puzzled. Nye Tianba's anger and bitterness subsided. Invite them over tomorrow to discuss my debts. Nye Tianba seemed to have used up all his strength to say those words. Yes. The disciple immediately left the hall. Nye Tianba watched the disciple leave. His face turned green and purple. Wang Ku, I have to complete the hall master's task now. I can't deal with you right now. Just you wait. Once I complete the hall master's task, I'll make you pay 10 times the money you scammed from me. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Nye Tianba swore to himself. The black-robed man was unwilling to help him, and he had no way to deal with Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. He could only swallow his anger for now. However, Wang Ku's appearance made Nye Tianba unable to swallow his anger. 4 hours later, the disciple returned. Patriarch, I went to the patriarch's mansions and told them that they're not free tomorrow. The disciple said. What? They're not free tomorrow? Didn't they come every day a few days ago? I finally agreed to discuss the debt with them. Why aren't they coming? Nie Tianba widened his eyes in shock. They said that Wang Ku will meet everyone at the Gongyi Tea House tomorrow to discuss a business deal. That's why they're not free. The disciple said. Wang Ku? Damn it, they all went to Wang Ku's banquet? I invited them, but they didn't come? Don't they want their debts? Nie Tianba glared. They said that they have your loan slip, so they can't run away. But if they miss Wang Ku's business deal, they'll lose it. The disciple said. They've gone too far. Nie Tianba said angrily. Also, they're going to the Gongyi Tea House tomorrow, but there's no banquet. They're only there to listen to Wang Ku's talk. They also said that only Xiantian realm cultivators can attend. The disciple said respectfully. Bang! Nie Tianba smashed the teacup in his hand. The next day, Nie Tianba wore a red robe to hide his figure. He couldn't take it anymore and quietly went to the Gongyi Tea House. When he arrived at the entrance of the Gongyi Tea House, it was already crowded with people. Why isn't the door open yet? That's right, the Wang family had agreed yesterday. I'll go ask the manager. What's the matter? Why are you putting on airs? Do you want to die? Gongyi Tea House is obviously Wang Ku's business. Those people are Wang Ku's people. Don't you want to do business with Wang Ku anymore? But. No buts. Patriarch Wang's business is too big now. I only found out last night when I asked the waiter of the Gongyi Tea House for a drink. He's skyrocketing. Ah! Do you know about the Xin Wang Company's insurance? It costs 5,000 caddies of spiritual stones. The disciples of the Xiantian realm are fighting for it. I heard about the insurance last night. The Shenwang Company is really rich. Where do you think Wang Ku got so much money? Maybe Wang Ku is the boss of the Heavenly Wolf sect. The Shenwang Company is backed by the Heavenly Wolf sect. Stop talking. Be careful that Wang Ku hears you. Look, the door is open. The door is open? Okay, quick, follow me in. A group of people rushed into the Gongyi Tea House. Nie Tianba blended into the crowd and entered with the crowd. It was the same backyard as last time. The waiter of the Gongyi Tea House was standing in the backyard, and there was also a platform. The powerful cultivators of Zhuxian town came one by one. There was not even a place to sit, but no one complained. It was not easy for them to live at the bottom of the cultivation world. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Gongyi Tea House, Wang Ku put down his teacup and looked at the manager. Have you spread the news I asked you to last night? Don't worry, Patriarch. Everyone knows what's going on with the Shenwang Company, especially the accidental death insurance. The manager said respectfully. That's good. I don't have to repeat it. Almost everyone is here. Let's go. Wang Ku said. Wang Ku, aren't you going to recruit Khanate cultivators? What does that have to do with selling insurance? Zhang Jingdao asked in surprise. Recruiting Khanate cultivators and selling insurance. What's wrong? Wang Ku was puzzled. Are you really going to sell insurance? How many people in Vermilion Immortal Town could afford it? Can you make any money? Zhang Jingdao was shocked. This is normal business. Learn well. I'll rely on you in the future. Wang Ku patted Zhang Jingdao's shoulder and walked out of the main hall. Chapter 122. In the backyard of the Gongyi Tea House in Zhuxian Town, Wang Ku walked up to the same high platform as last time under everyone's gazes. Wang family head. A series of respectful shouts came from all around. They were the patriarchs and Khanate cultivators invited by Wang Ku. They were all looking at Wang Ku expectantly. In the past, they were all at the bottom of the realm of cultivators. Why was Wang Ku doing so well now? It shouldn't be. How are we worse than him? Jealousy. However, we can't ruin our relationship. Whether we can reach Wang Ku's level depends on today's gathering. Thank you for coming to the Gongyi Tea House today. You're giving me, Wang Ku, too much face. Let's cut the crap and get straight to the point, Wang Ku said with a smile. Okay. Everyone looked at Wang Ku expectantly. I'm Wang Ku, making money. Aren't I amazing? Wang Ku shouted. Zhang Jingdao, who was not far away, widened his eyes when he heard this. This was the first time he saw someone disgusting everyone with the first sentence of a speech. No, the first sentence of a speech was bragging. Wang Ku, where's your shame? Patriarch Wang, haha, you're really. The cultivators of Zhuxian town were also stunned. The atmosphere was strange. Ha ha, you think I'm bragging, right? Then let me tell you. Not long ago, the Shunwang Company opened for business. The turnover in one day was 11,465,000 kilograms of spirit stones. One day, I only used one day. Wang Ku said. What? Countless people were in an uproar. They all looked at Wang Ku in shock. Everyone knew about the Shunwang building and the opening of the Shunwang Company. However, they had never heard of such a huge profit. More than 10 million kilograms? What kind of number was that? Everyone was still rushing about for 10 or 20 kilograms of spirit stones. They were even haggling over 1 or 2 kilograms of spirit stones. But look at Wang Ku. More than 10 million kilograms? More than 10 million kilograms. One day. In an instant, countless people could not remain calm. Even if they had guessed that Wang Ku was rich, they had not guessed it to be so exaggerated. Their jealousy of Wang Ku gradually dissipated. When they realized that Wang Ku's back was far beyond their reach, they no longer felt jealousy. Instead, they felt envy, incomparable envy. Does everyone want to be like me? Let's make a huge profit, Wang Ku said to the people below. The surroundings were silent, but the restless heart was beating wildly. Yes. Someone shouted. Yes. 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 Immediately, countless people followed suit and shouted. Then let me ask you one more time. Am I, Wang Ku, good at making money? Wang Ku shouted again. God! The atmosphere at the scene instantly surged. Zhang Jingdao also did not expect that the surrounding audience would suddenly stop caring about Wang Ku's shamelessness. Why are all of you bewitched? Had they all gone mad? Wang Ku looked down with satisfaction. Mad my ass. This was a typical WeChat business meeting on Earth. Brainwashing speech. There were good and bad WeChat merchants. Those bad WeChat merchants specialized in scamming people. In a WeChat business speech, everyone, from the chairman to the salespeople, would dance on the spot in order to get everyone's blood rushing to their heads. Do you believe it? Once the atmosphere was up, it would be easy to fork out money. Some time ago, a crafting workshop did business with the Divine King building. Did you make a fortune? Wang Ku asked. Not much. Thank you for your care, Master Wang. A shopkeeper smiled. Haha, what kind of care is that? That's nothing. There won't be only one Divine King building. In the future, all the major immortal towns will have one. The items that need to be ordered will only increase. What's this bit of money? There are more businesses waiting for me. I've opened the Shunwang Company and earn more than 10 million kilograms of spiritual stones a day. There will be more in the future. There will be more every year. If you follow me, I guarantee you an endless amount of wealth. Wang Ku shouted. The eyes of the people below were burning. Do you want to reach the pinnacle of life? If you follow me, you will have a business in your left hand and a family in your right hand. Tomorrow, you will be able to get a luxurious flying sword. Believe it or not. Wang Ku shouted. Zhang Jingdao glared at Wang Ku. Are you bragging too much? Flying sword? Luxurious flying sword? Is it that easy to get one? I haven't been able to get a flying sword for so many years. Do you think you can get one so easily? Yes. Quite a few people began to shout. Zhang Jingdao glared at the people around him who were desperate for money. Nie Tianba hated Wang Ku, but when he heard Wang Ku's bewitching words, he suddenly felt that the 150,000 kilograms of spiritual stones in his hand was no longer a huge sum of money. Why? Everyone knows that I never showed up during the construction of the Divine King's building because it wasn't worth it. However, it's different this time. Why did I choose to come to Vermilion Immortal Town instead of the other 72 immortal towns? It's because I've lived here before and I have feelings for this place. We're all fellow villagers, so I came to take care of you because I have a profitable business. Wang Ke said. Thank you, Patriarch Wang. Many people said excitedly. For some reason, they felt that if they followed Wang Ke's business and learned from Wang Ke, they would be able to reach the pinnacle of life. Of course, there were also many people who were very calm. They remained silent and did not say anything, afraid of angering the crowd. What business do you want to discuss today? Wang Ke looked at everyone around him. Everyone in the surroundings fell silent. Do you know what Nye Tianba has been doing in Vermilion Immortal Town for the past few days? Wang Ke looked at the crowd. Nye Tianba, who was in the crowd, raised his eyebrows. Why did the king mention me? Nye Tianba? He's recruiting Khanate generals for a warlord in the Mortal District. Someone shouted. I'm also here for this business. However, I'm recruiting for another warlord. Is anyone willing? Wang Ke said with a smile. What? The business you're talking about is going to the Mortal District to die? My ancestors left records that more than half of the Khanate cultivators died in the dynasty wars. They're going to throw their lives away in such a tragic war in the Mortal District? Many people instantly frowned. Obviously, wasn't the purpose of cultivation for immortality? Was it worth it to throw away their lives for a bit of money? This was also the reason why Nye Tianba's recruitment had been unsuccessful. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm the same as Nye Tianba? If I'm like that, how can I make money for everyone? Wang Ke laughed. Everyone was stunned. Nye Tianba's offer is a minimum of 500 pounds of spirit stones for a Khanate cultivator. You're different from Nye Tianba. How much can you offer? A mocking voice came from the crowd. Wang Ke was taken aback. Didn't I just calm the crowd down? How can someone be so calm? Even if he was calm, he shouldn't have spoken with such a resentful tone. Who asked? Wang Ke laughed. Swoosh. The crowd moved aside, revealing a man in a crimson robe. However, the man was wrapped in a crimson robe, so no one could see his face clearly. Nye Tianba's face stiffened as well. What are you guys doing? I'm fighting for your rights. You're selling me out just like that? I don't care who it is. It doesn't matter. I can answer you. Nye Tianba offers 500 pounds of spirit stones? Tell me, if I offer 10,000 pounds of spirit stones to hire a Khanate cultivator, who's willing? Wang Ke laughed. What? Nye Tianba's eyes widened in shock. Not only Nye Tianba, but everyone's eyes also widened. 10,000 pounds of spirit stones? Wang family head, are you serious? F***ck. F***ck, Wang family head, you have to recruit me. Suddenly, countless people shouted excitedly. Even Zhang Jingdao's jaw dropped. 10,000 pounds of spirit stones? I can even sell my golden core realm old flesh to you. Are you crazy? Don't listen to him, everyone. How can Wang Ke offer 10,000 pounds of spirit stones to hire a Khanate cultivator? He's talking nonsense. Nye Tianba shouted. What a joke. If you can recruit someone with 10,000 pounds of spirit stones, who will want my 500 pounds of spirit stones? Raising the market price maliciously? You're making it impossible for others to go. Someone is saying that I'm talking nonsense. I'd like to ask everyone, can I, Wang Ke, afford that price? Wang Ke asked with a smile. Could Wang Ke afford it? If not for the previous foreshadowing, who would believe Wang Ke? However, no one had any doubts now. On the opening day of the Xinhuang Company, Wang Ke had earned more than 10 million pounds of spirit stones. Could he not afford it? Yes, he can. Many people shouted. That's right. Only those who believe in me can we continue the negotiation. 10,000 pounds of spirit stones? That's just the beginning. Everyone. Wang Ke looked at the people around him and smiled. Really? Many people's eyes turned red. 10,000 pounds of spirit stones per person? Take out the money if you can. Nie Tianba shouted from the crowd again. Who's always mocking me? I'm here with good intentions to bring you a business deal, but you're trying to lead me down there? Wang Ke glared at him. Not far away, Zhang Jingdao had a strange look on his face. Weren't you the one leading the conversation? Why are you so anxious when someone is not willing? It's him. Someone shouted. Whoosh! Nie Tianba's hat was pulled off. Ah, it's Nie Tianba? Nie Tianba, you haven't paid me back the money you owe me. Why are you here? That's right, Nie Tianba. How can you be such a troublemaker? If you didn't kidnap Madame Wang, we would have been earning money from the Wang family. Nie Tianba, we didn't invite you here. Why are you here? Nie Tianba was drowned in the crowd's saliva. Are you all idiots? How can you believe Wang Ke's words? 10,000 pounds of spirit stones for a Khanate stage cultivator? How is that possible? Nie Tianba shouted. Nie Tianba released his golden core aura and immediately pushed the crowd away. What are you doing? Are you tired of living? Zhang Jingdao walked up to Nie Tianba and slapped him on the shoulder. Zhang Jingdao might not be able to defeat Zhang Xinxiu and the others, but dealing with Nie Tianba was a piece of cake for him. Now that Wang Ke is teaching me how to make money, you still want to cause trouble? Nie Tianba was immediately suppressed. He was furious and wanted to call for help. Forget it, Zhang Jingdao. Forget it. Nie Tianba is just jealous. Wang Ke shouted. Wang Ke had no sympathy for Nie Tianba. However, he was Nie Qingqing's grandnephew. Nie Qingqing should be the one to deal with this. He could tell Nie Qingqing that he had let her grandnephew go today. That way, he could ask for benefits from Nie Qingqing. Patriarch Wang is so magnanimous, the others exclaimed. With Patriarch Wang's status, why would he be so calculative with Nie Tianba? Someone else chimed in. Humph. Zhang Jingdao swung his arm and let go of Nie Tianba. Nie Tianba's face darkened. Wang Ke, you want to challenge me? How dare you lie to us? 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones for a Khanate cultivator? Come on, take it out. Nie Tianba was so angry that he roared at Wang Ke. Although the people around him were still disgusted with Nie Tianba, they no longer objected to his words. That's right, take out the real money. 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones, and we'll work for you. Take it out. Wang Ke looked at Nie Tianba and smiled. Don't be hasty. When I do business, I like to make things clear. I don't hide anything. 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones is nothing. You need to be alive to spend it. I'm here to make money, not to sacrifice your lives for money. If you don't even have your life, what's the use of money? Many people looked at Wang Ke in confusion. Everyone, I'm sure it's not easy for you to live in the major deity towns. However, why are some families so rich and powerful, while others are so poor? Have you ever thought about where the big families got their first bucket of gold? Wang Ke looked at the people around him. The overlords frowned. Patriarch Qin, you're one of the big families in Zhuxian town. Can you tell us the history of your family? Wang Ke smiled. Me? One of the patriarchs frowned. The Chen family is where it is today. Apart from the management of the patriarchs, the original reason is because of the war in the mortal district. Wang Ke smiled. Patriarch Chen fell silent. In the mortal district, the dynasties changed and warlords rose to conquer the world. They recruited Khanate realm experts from the major deity towns to participate in the war. Most of the Khanate realm experts died in the war because they followed the wrong warlord. Only one group of warlords won in the end. This group of warlords became the biggest winner and became the ruler of a country. The Khanate realm experts that followed him also made a lot of money through the war. Every time a Khanate realm general killed an enemy warlord, he would take the warlord's storage pouch. Your Patriarch Chen's ancestor became the biggest winner, because he followed the right warlord and made a lot of money. 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones? That's more than that, right? Wang Ku smiled. That was more than 100 years ago, Patriarch Chen said in a low voice. It's fine. I'm just telling you the truth. Although the war between mortals is dangerous, it's also full of profits. As long as you become the final winner, you will have endless wealth. Everyone, the 500 kilograms of spiritual stones that Nie Tianba recruited is nothing. If you become the final winner, even 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones will be nothing. You will be like Patriarch Chen's ancestor. You will be able to rise up from the ground. The only way to solve this problem is to become rich. You've become rich overnight, Wang Ku said to everyone around him. In an instant, many people's breathing quickened, because what Wang Ku said was the truth that everyone knew. How to solve this problem? The only way to become rich overnight. I only want to become rich overnight. Wang Ku, you're lying to everyone. Who can guarantee that they will follow the right warlord and become the biggest winner? You just said that other than the warlord's Khanate realm expert, everyone else is dead. They're all dead. Will the warlord you recruited be the last one standing? What guarantee do you have? Nie Tianba said disdainfully. Everyone calmed down when they heard Nie Tianba's words. That's right. Although Wang Ku's words were tempting, what if they lost if they followed him? Who could guarantee that they would win? The war in the mortal district involved the deity sects behind the scenes. No one could guarantee that they would win. I didn't say that I would guarantee anything. The people I recruited might also die, Wang Ku said. Everyone was stunned. Nie Tianba did not expect Wang Ku to admit it so directly. But, Wang Ku explained, I've paid every greater heaven stage cultivator that I've recruited with accidental death insurance. What? What do you mean? You want to recruit Khanate realm experts to work for you without paying? Nie Tianba was stunned and could not wrap his head around it. Even Zhang Jingdao's eyes widened. Wang Ku, you said yesterday that you would recruit one person for 100 kilograms of spiritual stones. Why did you change your mind today? You're so stingy that you're not going to pay a single cent? You're going to pay a blank piece of paper? Are you trying to get something for nothing? You definitely can't afford the accidental death insurance that the disciples of the deity sects buy. It costs 5,000 kilograms of spiritual stones. But since we're all from the same town, I've discussed it with everyone in the company and got a 1/10 breakdown insurance for everyone. For 500 kilograms of spiritual stones, you can pay 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones. It's still 20 times the compensation. Everyone, do you think that's 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones? Wang Ku said with a smile. Everyone around him fell silent. If you die in battle, will others give you a pension? Will they? That's impossible. How much money did they pay to recruit you? Can you even settle down? So, what Nie Tianba said to you is false. 500 kilograms of spiritual stones is nothing. He's trying to buy your lives with 500 kilograms of spiritual stones. Are your lives so worthless? Mine is different. If you die, your family will get 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones. A big family is about to rise. If you live, you'll bring back more than 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones. A big family is about to rise. It doesn't matter if you're dead or alive. You and your family will get 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones. You have a career in your left hand and a family in your right hand. That's the deal I want to discuss with you. It's a win-win situation for all of you, Wang Ku said with a smile. Not far away, Zhang Jingdao's mouth fell open. You're too good at bragging. We'll work for you for free? Even I'm tempted. Chapter 123. Career in the left hand, family in the right hand? If he died, he would receive 10,000 caddies of spiritual stones as a settlement allowance. That was an unimaginable amount of wealth for a commoner in a town. If he survived the war, he would be able to accumulate a fortune like the ancestors of the Chen family. 10,000 caddies of spiritual stones, no matter if he was alive or dead. Compared to the 500 caddies of spiritual stones that Nye Tianba offered to buy his life, it was tasteless. Wang Ku, you're lying. What accidental death insurance? You're a liar. You cheated me of my money last time, and now you're lying to everyone? Dream on. You're not paying, and you want people to work for you? Nye Tianba said hatefully. Patriarch Nye, I don't like what you're saying. What do you mean I'm not paying? I'm offering the accidental death insurance, worth 500 caddies of spiritual stones. Is that insurance free? Wang Ku glared at him and argued. T. That's just a piece of scrap paper, just like the wealth management product last time. You'll have the final say then. Nye Tianba glared at him. Who said it's a piece of scrap paper? My Xinhuang company has such a huge Xinhuang building. What's the point of putting it there? The disciples of the major sects in the 100,000 mountains have bought my insurance, and they all trust my Xinhuang company. Why are you calling me a liar? You're smarter than the disciples of the major sects. Wang Ku said disdainfully. Anyway, you're the one who said it. I don't believe you. Nye Tianba said coldly. Do I want you to believe me? Look at you. I won't hire you. What about my Xinhuang company's reputation? Everyone, I'll show you that you shouldn't blindly follow what others say. Wang Ku said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Immediately, the employees of the Gongyi tea house carried out framed paintings. What's this? Everyone asked curiously. Then, he saw the words, Godly King Company is trustworthy written on each of the paintings. Then, they signed it in small print. Do you see this? The senior brothers of the Heavenly Wolf sect wrote this for me. I don't blame you for not seeing the opening of the Xinhuang Company with your own eyes. But do you recognize these words? And the signature, do you recognize it? Wang Ku asked in a deep voice. Ah, that's the Heavenly Wolf sect's eldest senior brother, Morong Lu Guang's handwriting. I've seen it before. It's really his handwriting. There's also the sword intent in the tip of the brush. That's right, I can guarantee it. A family head suddenly cried out. That's the calligraphy of the Heavenly Wolf sect's second senior brother, Tai Luyun. I recognize that Heavenly Wolf sect disciple's handwriting. He once stayed in my inn. I've seen him before. There's no mistaking it. This is the aura. Me too. The patriarchs all recognized the handwriting. Nye Tianba's face darkened as he stared at the words. Was the Xinhuang Company trustworthy? Why was the Heavenly Wolf sect so supportive of Wang Ku? How could he be willing to write such shameful words? Do you see that? I won't take anything else. I'm taking out these congratulatory words to reassure everyone. The Xinhuang Company is such a big company. How could it not be trustworthy? Everyone, here's an insurance policy worth 500 kilograms of spiritual stones. If you're willing, register it later and follow me to the Mortal District to earn money. At the same time, you'll be able to solve your worries. You can do whatever you want in the Mortal District. You can enjoy the thrill of earning big money. Wang Ku persuaded everyone. Many people were clearly tempted. Then can we buy this insurance separately? Someone suddenly shouted. Buy it separately? Sure. The Xinhuang Company is in this business. You're welcome. Wang Ku said with a smile. Really? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Yes. This insurance policy will cover you for 5 years. I'm sure all of you know that not only those who are recruited by me can buy this insurance, but also those who are recruited by Nye Tianba. You can buy this insurance too. Wang Ku explained. What? Accepting Nye Tianba's recruitment can buy your insurance? Everyone was shocked. Yes. The Xinhuang Company is a purely commercial organization. We don't participate in any power struggle. If you buy it, we'll sell it. Wang Ku explained. Nye Tianba's expression was complicated. What did Wang Ku mean? Didn't he want to help the warlord behind him? How could he refuse to recruit Xiantian realm cultivators? Patriarch Nye, you promised to give me 600 kilograms of spiritual stones. I'll accept your recruitment. I'm willing to go with you. Can you give me the money first? A Xiantian realm cultivator asked anxiously. Me? Didn't we agree on this? I'll give you half when I leave. Are you going to give me the remaining half when I join the army? Nye Tianba said in a low voice. But I want to buy the insurance. If you give it to me now, I'll get an extra 100 kilograms of spiritual stones. The Xiantian realm cultivator said anxiously. Nye Tianba's face twitched. Nye Tianba thought that Wang Ku was a liar. No matter how exaggerated Wang Ku's words were, he didn't believe in that lousy insurance policy. But what's the meaning of buying Wang Ku's insurance policy in front of me? I spent 600 kilograms of spiritual stones to hire you, and now you're going to give 500 kilograms to Wang Ku? No, we agreed on this. Nye Tianba said in a low voice. Are you trying to get something for nothing because you don't have the money? The Xiantian realm cultivator's face fell. Who's trying to get something for nothing? Who's trying to get something for nothing? I'm offering real spiritual stones, and Wang Ku is offering a piece of paper. Who's trying to get something for nothing? Nye Tianba glared at the Xiantian realm cultivator. Nye Tianba, you can say whatever you want, but if you slander me, I won't let you off. What do you mean by a piece of paper? Why don't you show everyone a piece of paper? Does anyone recognize it? This is insurance. Usually, it costs 500 kilograms of spiritual stones. Since we're familiar with each other, I'll only ask for 500 kilograms of spiritual stones. You're slandering my conscience. Wang Ku glared at Nye Tianba. Conscience my ass. Do you even have a conscience? You're just a piece of paper. Nye Tianba roared. You're the one who's a piece of paper. Why are you so stingy when you're hiring someone to risk his life for you? He agreed to go to war with you, so why don't you pay him? Come on, tell me you're not trying to get something for nothing. Pay him. Wang Ku glared at Nye Tianba. That's right, Nye Tianba. I chose you because you offered 600 kilograms of spiritual stones. Otherwise, I would have chosen Wang Ku a long time ago. The Xiantian realm cultivator said with a dark expression. Even if I had money, I wouldn't give it to Wang Ku. Nye Tianba said hatefully. You have money? Nye Tianba, you still owe us money. Are you trying to renege on your debt? One of the family heads stepped forward and said. Your money was swindled by Wang Ku. Nye Tianba said hatefully. Family head Nye, that's too much. Look, I have the IOU with me. You signed it. We don't care if you were swindled by Wang Ku. Anyway, your name is on the IOU. You owe us money, so you should pay us back. The family head said angrily. That's right. I have it too. Nye Tianba, pay us back. Another family head shouted. Nye Tianba, don't try to renege on your debt. You won't even hand over 600 kilograms of spiritual stones. Are you trying to renege on your debt? Family head Wang, you have to be our witness. The family heads took advantage of this moment to shout. After all, Nye Tianba's display of strength had made the family heads tremble. They felt that it was getting harder and harder to get back their debt. After leaving the tea house, they might not even have a chance. With Wang Ku and exalted immortal Zhang Jingdao here, Nye Tianba would not dare to act presumptuously. If he did not do it now, when would he? I already said that Wang Ku swindled me. Nye Tianba said angrily. Nonsense, Nye Tianba. How dare you slander me in my place? I haven't even settled the score with you. How dare you slander me? You don't have the money to hire servants, so you say I'm a swindler? If you slander me again, I won't go easy on you. Wang Ku said, glaring at him. Won't go easy on you? Wang Ku, you've harmed me many times, and now you're here to ruin my plans. I think you're the one who's seeking death today. Nye Tianba roared. Watch out, family head Wang. The surrounding experts shouted. It was Nye Tianba who had suddenly pounced on Wang Ku. Wang Ku was a vigilant person. 10 flying swords appeared around him. His nouveau riche face instantly attracted the envy of many people. Sure enough, Wang Ku had struck it rich. His flying swords were a set. Flying swords? It's useless. I'm already in the golden core realm. Nye Tianba moved like lightning. He seemed to want to pass through Wang Ku's flying swords and grab Wang Ku. Bam! Escape expert Zhang Jingdao's speed was so fast that even a nascent soul realm cultivator might not be able to catch up with him. He had been watching Nye Tianba for a long time. How could he let him get close to Wang Ku? Instantly, he hugged Nye Tianba. Nye Tianba was instantly hugged by Zhang Jingdao and could not catch Wang Ku. Wang Ku, hit him with the King of God's seal. Zhang Jingdao shouted. Wang Ku threw out the King of God's seal. Bam! The King of God's seal lit up the entire backyard of the Gongyi tea house with a red light. Nye Tianba trembled and fainted. Thank you, Family Head Wang, for helping us, the family heads said excitedly. You're welcome, everyone. Wang Ku waved his hand. Family Head Wang, Nye Tianba owes us money. Look, we've brought the IOU. Can you open Nye Tianba's storage pouch and pay us back? Return our money? One of the family heads asked anxiously. After all, Wang Ku was no longer the Wang Ku of the past. They did not dare to act rashly in front of Wang Ku. Did they see the 10 flying swords that flew into Wang Ku's sleeves? Who would dare to act rashly? That's not very good, is it? Wang Ku frowned. F***ck. I'm the one who knocked him out. Why should I give you money? Family Head Wang, our family members are willing to be hired by you. At the same time, we'll use all the money that we get back from Nye Tianba to buy your insurance. What do you think? One of the family heads said. Buy my insurance with all the money that we get back? Wang Ku was stunned. The family head nodded. That's right. I'll do what I say. Me too. Me too. The other family heads said eagerly. Wang Ku's expression changed. He finally understood why. They were afraid of Nye Tianba. Even if they took the opportunity to get back the money while Nye Tianba was unconscious, Nye Tianba might still target them. If Nye Tianba wanted to get back the money, he might start a war to wipe out their entire family. That would not be worth it. However, they did not want the money that Nye Tianba cheated them of. They were unwilling to do so. They might as well buy Wang Ku's insurance. In that case, Wang Ku would be their scapegoat. They would have the same amount of insurance. Wasn't it just sending their family members to war? With an extra layer of insurance, if their family members died, wouldn't that mean an extra 10,000 caddies of spiritual stones? It was a profitable business. Immediately, all the family heads expressed their willingness to buy insurance with the money that they got back. At that moment, Wang Ku hesitated. Wang Ku could have embezzled Nye Tianba's money, but his reputation was tarnished. Now that he had started a company, he had to focus on his reputation. If he stole Nye Tianba's money in public, it would be considered a scam. It would be detrimental to the company's image. However, if a group of family heads helped him launder the money, he would be able to clear his name. He did not touch Nye Tianba's money. He was just upholding justice and protecting the vulnerable. This is a rare and noble virtue of mine. Not only that, but the company's image would also be improved. It would also promote the company's image. All right, I'll make the decision for all of you today, Wang Ku said in a low voice. Thank you so much, Family Head Wang, the family heads said excitedly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they took off Nye Tianba's clothes and found a storage bag. They opened the storage bag and saw some of Nye Tianba's daily necessities and a pile of spiritual stones. 150,000 caddies. Just enough. The family heads were shocked. Did Nye Tianba find his conscience? Is he really going to pay back the money? Someone said in surprise. I don't care anymore. Everyone, take out the IOU. We will follow the rules and take back our money. Quick. Let's check the IOU and clear the debt. One of the family heads said. All right. The group of people immediately got busy. Register them. Wang Ku ordered the shopkeeper of the Gongyi tea house. Yes. Soon, the family heads divided the spiritual stones and handed them over to the shopkeeper of the Gongyi tea house. They were all grinning from ear to ear as they registered their names. When they returned, they would collect the insurance policy according to their spiritual stones. Everyone was happy. The family heads took back their money and bought insurance with Wang Ku. 150,000 caddies of spiritual stones were all cleared and entered Wang Ku's pocket. At the same time, some of the Xiantian realm elites who were willing to be recruited also bought a second insurance policy when they saw that the family heads had bought 2 insurance policies. Suddenly, the backyard of the Gongyi tea house was filled with laughter. Meanwhile, Nie Tianba was carried out of the Gongyi tea house in a daze. After some time, Nie Tianba woke up. When he woke up, Nie Tianba looked around blankly at the familiar beams of the house. Why am I home? Nie Tianba asked in confusion. Family head, we found you outside the Gongyi tea house. There are a few other family heads beside you. They said that their debt with you has been cleared. They used all their money to buy insurance for Wang Ku. They asked you not to think about it. The money is in Wang Ku's hands. If you want to go back, go find Wang Ku. One of the Nie family disciples said. Phew! Nie Tianba sat up abruptly. Where is my storage pouch? Nie Tianba exclaimed. It's here. Family head Chen gave it to me and asked me to give it to you. He said that nothing else in your storage pouch has been touched. The Nie family disciple said. Nie Tianba quickly flipped through his storage pouch. After a while, Nie Tianba froze on the spot. Nothing was missing from his storage pouch. The only thing missing was the 150,000 kilograms of spiritual stones that the hall master had given him. There was an additional 150,000 kilograms of spiritual stones in his storage pouch. The IOU that he had sent out? Gone? Everything was gone? Wang Ku, you stole my money. Nie Tianba roared. Patriarch, Wang Ku also sent someone to tell you. Wang Ku said that you were impulsive and wanted to kill him, so he had no choice but to knock you out. As for your money, he didn't touch a single cent. Not a single cent. It was all taken by the family heads. If you want to find someone, go find them. One of the Nie family disciples said. Wang Ku didn't take it? Nie Tianba's face darkened. Wang Ku really didn't take it? It was the family heads who took it. More importantly, the family heads wanted to take back the money that belonged to him. He couldn't refute them. After all, he was the one who had borrowed the money in the first place. Take it back? But the money was all given to Wang Ku by them. 150,000 kilograms of spiritual stones were now in Wang Ku's hands again. But Wang Ku didn't take it from me. Who should I look for? Blame Wang Ku for knocking me out? Wang Ku also said that if I didn't kill Wang Ku, he wouldn't have knocked me out. He didn't kill me. Should I thank him for repaying evil with kindness? Blame me for this? Nie Tianba sat there, thinking about who should be responsible for this debt. But why couldn't he figure it out? All the money was in Wang Ku's pocket. Why couldn't he blame Wang Ku for this? Why? At that moment, a black-robed figure walked into the hall. Nie Tianba, I heard you shouting when I was cultivating. What happened? The black-robed figure asked in a deep voice. Nie Tianba didn't know what to say. Hall Master gave you 150,000 kilograms of spirit stones to recruit 200 Xiantian stage warriors. How's your recruitment going? How many did he recruit? How many spirit stones did you spend? The black-robed man asked. Nie Tianba's face turned green and purple. Let me tell you, the Hall Master trusts you, that's why he gave you this mission. I won't touch the money, but I must have the right to know so that you won't waste it. I have the right to supervise you. Now, show me the account book. The black-robed man asked in a deep voice. Nie Tianba. He hadn't even confessed yet. The money was gone. Most importantly, I still can't find the person responsible for the loss of the money. Blame Wang Ku? He didn't take a single cent from me. It was all the patriarch's fault. They only wanted to repay their debts and buy insurance at the same time. Who was to blame? Why did this sum of money die so tragically? 150,000 kilograms of spirit stones. P.S. Does anyone have tickets? Any vote is fine, just give a few to Immortal God King. Please. Chapter 124. Juxian Town. In a hall of the Gongyi Tea House. Wang Ku's speech had ended. The rest of the registration and insurance business was left to the staff of the Gongyi Tea House. Wang Ku sat in the inner hall, drinking tea. Zhang Jingdao looked at Wang Ku with red eyes. Damn, this shameless Wang Ku recruited a large number of Khanate realm experts to fight in the war. He didn't pay a single cent and even asked them to pay to die? This is freeloading. No, not freeloading. You even took a commission? Is there anyone like you? Ha! Wang Ku took a sip of tea. His dry throat was finally moistened. Zhang Jingdao, why did you ask me to smash him with the King of God's seal? Did I really knock out that old bastard Nie Tianba? Wang Ku asked curiously. You don't know. Zhang Jingdao was shocked. Know what? Wang Ku was confused. The Dao spiritual jade is a rare treasure in the world. Outside of the 100,000 mountains, the cultivation dynasties use it to make the heirloom seal. It can suppress a nation's fate and merit. If the experts in some large cultivation sacred grounds get their hands on one, they use it to make the cyclic sky seal. It can suppress everything in the world. Smashing someone's head is just a game, isn't it? Nie Tianba is only at the golden core realm. Your smash suppressed his mind for a while. If he was still at the peak of the Khanate realm, his head would have been gone. Zhang Jingdao explained. Huh? Cyclic sky seal? Heirloom seal? Wang Ku was stunned. He seemed to have heard of these two names in the investiture of the gods TV series on Earth. They seemed to be incredible treasures. My King of God's seal? It's also a type of cyclic sky seal? It has the effect of dizziness and bleeding on the head? You really don't know? Zhang Jingdao was shocked. I don't know. But I don't understand. You said that the cyclic sky seal and heirloom seal can suppress everything in the world. Why didn't I feel it? Wang Ku looked at his King of God's seal strangely. How would I know if you ask me? However, from what I see, he seems to be injecting merit. The more merit is injected, the stronger the heaven-flipping seal becomes. You're doing pretty well now. I thought you knew about it and refined the cyclic sky seal. So, you don't even know about it. Zhang Jingdao said in shock. Haha, it doesn't matter if you understand or not. The key is that I have it. No one else had it. Haha. Happy. Wang Ku held his godly king's seal like it was a precious treasure. The jealous Zhang Jingdao kept rolling his dead fish eyes at the side. What the F***ck? How can you be so infuriating? Wang Ku, we made a lot of money this time. How much commission can I get? Zhang Jingdao looked at Wang Ku expectantly. Wang Ku's face stiffened. What are you busy with this time? Me? Didn't I help you maintain order and hold on to Nie Tianba? How am I not busy? Zhang Jingdao glared. All right, the security fees will be calculated when the time comes. Wang Ku nodded. T, I want commission. How much is the security fees? Zhang Jingdao glared. The key is that you didn't sell insurance. I'm the one selling it. Did you see that? My throat is dry. Wang Ku took another sip of tea. What about me? Zhang Jingdao glared. Don't worry, I was just showing you. There are 72 immortal towns. Other than Zhu Immortal Town, you can go to the other towns. I've been teaching you for half a day. You should understand, right? Wang Ku looked at Zhang Jingdao and the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper nodded. Career in the left hand, family in the right hand? Zhang Jingdao was confused. That's right, you have to liven up the atmosphere. Also, you have to brand yourself as a successful person. That way, people will believe you when they see you making money. Wang Ku explained. You made more than 10 million kilograms of spirit stones for people to believe you. What do I have? Zhang Jingdao was at a loss. Give him an example. Praise him. Wang Ku said to the shopkeeper. Congratulations, Zhang Jingdao. He bought insurance to go to war for 3 months. Through his own efforts, he paid for a luxurious flying sword. He bought insurance to go to war. Career in the left hand, family in the right hand. He is enthusiastic and generous. He bought flying swords, gave away Dharma treasures, and gave his family members insurance to go to war. The shopkeeper used Zhang Jingdao as an example. Zhang Jingdao's jaw dropped. Wang Ku's subordinates were all talents? What the f*ck? I'm a successful person now. I can reach the pinnacle of life just by buying insurance to go to war? Look, it's very simple. Simple sales techniques. Besides, I'm just stating facts. Wang Ku said. Zhang Jingdao. Do I not have a talent for sales? Just as Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao were chatting, a shop assistant rushed into the hall. Master, Nie Tianba and the black-robed man are leaving Vermilion Town. The shop assistant said respectfully. Oh! Wang Ku's expression changed. You sent someone to spy on Nie Tianba? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. Of course. That old bastard Nie Tianba tried to kill me several times. This time, he failed again. Doesn't he want revenge? Of course, I sent someone to keep an eye on him. What if he tries to play dirty? Wang Ku nodded. Nie Tianba can play dirty against you? Zhang Jingdao was shocked. That's why I have to be on guard. My people found out that Nie Tianba brought a black-robed man with him. That black-robed man seems to be stronger than Nie Tianba, so I have to be on guard. They left Vermilion Town? That shouldn't be. This isn't Nie Tianba's style. Let's go take a look. Wang Ku said with a complicated expression. The group quietly left the tea-house and went to a restaurant in Vermilion Town. From there, they could vaguely see the scenery outside Vermilion Town. Master, look there. The shop assistant pointed respectfully into the distance. They saw a black-robed man walking in front of them. Nie Tianba was walking beside him, as if he was trying to persuade him. The two of them walked very quickly. Wang Ku was confused. Nie Tianba and the black-robed man were talking in the distance. Senior, listen to me, listen to me. The money is all with Wang Ku. As long as you and I work together, we can get it all back. Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao, we can each deal with one of them, Senior. Nie Tianba persuaded. The black-robed man looked at Nie Tianba. Are you kidding me? Wang Ku didn't take your money. But the money went into his pocket. Nie Tianba said anxiously. Someone else gave the money to Wang Ku. What does it have to do with you? The black-robed man said in a deep voice. That person took the money from me. Nie Tianba said anxiously. You borrowed it from someone else first. What's wrong with someone else taking back his own money? The black-robed man said in a deep voice. My money was taken by Wang Ku. Nie Tianba said angrily. Wang Ku took it, not yours. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Nie Tianba had just sorted out the triangular debt when the black-robed man went in circles. The two of them were talking like tongue-twisters. Nie Tianba was so anxious that he wanted to flip the table. His money had really died a horrible death. Why the f*ck did I sneak into Wang Ku's speech? What do we do now? Nie Tianba said helplessly. What do you mean? The hall master gave you 150,000 kilograms of spiritual stones to recruit Khanate realm cultivators, and you spent it yourself. I'll report it to the hall master. It's that simple, the black-robed man said in a deep voice. I didn't spend it. I didn't spend it recklessly. Nie Tianba said anxiously. You didn't spend it recklessly. You used it to pay off your own debt. There are so many promissory notes. I'm not blind. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Bullsh*t. I didn't. Wang Ke tricked me. Nie Tianba was so anxious that he wanted to vomit blood. Wang Ke didn't take your money, the black-robed man said. Nie Tianba couldn't explain himself. Senior, please help me get my money back. Let's go to the other towns to recruit Khanate realm cultivators to help me deal with Wang Ku. I beg you. If I go back like this, the hall master won't forgive me. Nie Tianba said anxiously. Are you kidding me? Wang Ke didn't do anything to me, and he didn't steal your money. Why would I look for trouble with Wang Ku? Even if there's something wrong with his identity, he's still the leader of the Divine Dragon branch personally appointed by the Devil Lord. If I offend him and the disciples of the demon sect find out, I'll be in big trouble. The black-robed man refused. If you don't want to be in big trouble, then I'll be in big trouble. Nie Tianba wanted to cry. But the hall master also has something against Wang Ku. Didn't you say that the hall master also sent people to deal with Wang Ku? Nie Tianba said anxiously. That's right, but that's not my mission. I'm not supposed to deal with Wang Ku. Why would I look for trouble? My mission is to supervise you, but you spent the hall master's money recklessly. I can only report it to the hall master. The black-robed man said. Why? Why? Nie Tianba said gloomily. Just as the two of them were about to leave Juxian town, a sharp cry came from the sky. Screech. Instantly, a flock of cranes swooped down and surrounded Nie Tianba and the black-robed man. Disciples of the Golden Crow sect? Wang Ku's expression changed. Screech. Screech. A flock of cranes surrounded Nie Tianba and the black-robed man. Two of the cranes had disciples of the Golden Crow sect on them. What are you doing? Nie Tianba asked anxiously. Juxian town has been sealed. You can only enter but not leave. If you want to leave, take off your hat. One of the disciples of the Golden Crow sect said in a low voice. Nie Tianba was confused. Juxian town has been sealed by the Golden Crow sect? The black-robed man took off his hat. The black-robed man had his back facing Wang Ku. Since he was far away, Wang Ku did not recognize him. However, when the black-robed man revealed his face, the disciples of the Golden Crow sect did not take him seriously. Let's go. Don't waste our time. The two disciples of the Golden Crow sect snorted. The black-robed man and Nie Tianba quickly left. The black-robed man was a disciple of the demonic sect. Since there were only the two of them, they did not want to cause trouble. Soon, they disappeared into the forest. A flock of red-crowned cranes flew in all directions around Vermilion Town. Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao looked at each other. Why is the Golden Crow sect sealing off Juxian Town? Zhang Jingdao was confused. Go and find two people to leave the town. Also, find someone with the same build as me and Zhang Jingdao, Wang Ku ordered. Soon, the two people Wang Ku sent out went out. The cranes in the sky immediately swooped down to investigate. Before long, Wang Ku's subordinate returned. Master, they found out that you and Zhang Jingdao are in Juxian town. However, there are only a flock of cranes nearby. Therefore, they can only seal off Juxian town for now. They have already sent the cranes to inform Zhang Shenxiu. The subordinate said. What's going on? How did they find us? Wang Ku raised an eyebrow. Could it be that we were exposed during your speech? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. That's possible. Wang Ku frowned. What do we do now? Zhang Jingdao asked. I can leave at any time. The tunnel is ready-made, so I can leave at any time. However, Zhang Lier went too far this time. Wang Ku said in a low voice. Ah! She failed to seduce me, so she flew into a rage out of humiliation. She used the public resources of the Golden Crow sect to chase after me? Does she have any sense of teamwork? If this keeps happening, it will seriously affect my life. F***ck, am I supposed to hide all day? Wang Ku said in a low voice. How can you be sure that Zhang Lier failed to seduce you and flew into a rage out of humiliation? Zhang Jingdao asked with a strange expression. Is there a need to guess? I'm so outstanding. Which woman wouldn't like me? However, she can't pursue me so crazily. Wang Ku glared. Zhang Jingdao's face twitched. You shameless bastard! How dare you say that? Zhang Lier isn't here yet, but her brother is? No, I can't accept this kind of sexual harassment. I have to teach them a lesson, Wang Ku said in a low voice. Teach them a lesson? Can you beat them? Zhang Jingdao said in astonishment. I'm the best at fighting here. If I can't beat them, what's there to teach them a lesson? I'm prepared. I can set it up in advance, Wang Ku said matter-of-factly. Set up a formation? Do you know how to do that? Zhang Jingdao asked. I don't know how to do that. Do you? The Heavenly Lightning Demon Slayer formation will do. Wang Ku looked at Zhang Jingdao expectantly. I don't know how to do that either, Zhang Jingdao said directly. What trap was there to set up? It's okay, we don't have to use a formation. Come, follow me and cooperate with me. I'll give you 30% of the benefits, Wang Ku said in a low voice. Nonsense, you want my help? At least 50%. Zhang Jingdao extorted excitedly. 50% it is. Let's go and set it up. They'll come at any time, Wang Ku shouted. At the foot of the 100,000 mountains, 10 bald men stood in front of Tong Anen, all of them looking anxious. Lost, completely lost? Altar Master, there's no trace at all. We've looked everywhere, but we can't find him. Wang Ku is like a needle in a haystack. How can we find him? The group of people collapsed on the ground. After so long, they finally caught up with Wang Ku with their dog nose, but they were ambushed. What should they do now that they lost their trail? The group of people sat on the ground. Not far away, Nye Tianba was still trying to persuade a black-robed man to come over. Senior, I beg you, please help me collect this debt. Otherwise, the hall master won't let me off, Nye Tianba pleaded. Tong Anen suddenly became alert. The black-robed man opposite them was also shocked. Just as they were about to confront each other, they suddenly recognized each other. Tong Anen? Why are you here? The black-robed man asked curiously. It's you scared me. Tong Anen sighed. The group of people relaxed. Who is this? A new disciple of the demon sect? Tong Anen asked curiously. Him? His name is Nye Tianba. The hall master gave him 150,000 kilograms of spirit stones to recruit innate realm cultivators. Now, he wants me to help him rob other people's money. What a joke, the black-robed man said disdainfully. You lost the hall master's money. You're really pitiful. The hall master won't let you off. Tong Anen sneered. Nye Tianba. What about you? Why are you here? The black-robed man asked curiously. Us? Tong Anen's face turned ugly. He didn't know what to say. The hall master arranged for us to kill Wang Ku. Damn, we lost him. Did you see? A bald man asked. You want to kill Wang Ku? Nye Tianba was ecstatic. P.S. Does anyone have a ticket? Any votes are fine, just give a few to Immortal God King. Please. Chapter 125. Nye Tianba brought Tong An back to Zhuxian town secretly. The black-robed man who was supervising Nye Tianba did not follow them. Nye Tianba did not care. As long as he killed Wang Ku, he would be rich. Why would he be afraid of the hall master? Your altar leader Tong? It's getting dark. Shall we make our move? Nye Tianba advised. Tong An shook his head. Wang Ku is not simple. He's as alert as a fox. Once we reveal ourselves, we will alert him. He will definitely run away. No wonder. No wonder you asked me to come back secretly and wear a black robe. Nye Tianba's expression changed. That's right. Wang Ku has run away from me a few times. Do you think I don't know him? To deal with him, we must be fast, Tong An said in a low voice. Then, if I'm not wrong, you have a grudge against Wang Ku. Wang Ku must have arranged for people to keep an eye on your family. It's fine when we come in, but once we leave, we will be watched. Once Wang Ku hears about it, He will run away faster than a rabbit, Tong'an said in a low voice. Then what should we do? Nie Tianba frowned. Do you know Wang Ku's exact location? Tong'an asked. Yes. He's in the backyard of the Gongyi tea house. I've arranged for people to keep an eye on him. I even know which room he is in. Nie Tianba nodded. That's good. Lock down the house and don't let anyone from your family near it. We will dig a tunnel to the backyard of the Gongyi tea house. Then, we will break out of the ground and take down Wang Ku. He won't be able to react in time and will be captured instantly. Tong'an said. Alter Leader Tong, there are 11 of you in the Golden Core realm. Why are you so careful? Nie Tianba was shocked. Of course. There's nothing wrong with being careful. The more critical the moment, the more careful we must be. There are many examples of ducks escaping from the jaws of the jaws. Tong'an said in a low voice. Careful. Hall Master has a lot of talented people under him. Alter Leader Tong, you guys are really meticulous. Nie Tianba nodded blankly. Of course. Make the arrangements quickly, Tong'an said in a deep voice. At the peak of a mountain outside Vermilion Immortal Town, Zhang Xinshu saw a junior brother coming over on a crane. You found it? Zhang Xinshu asked in astonishment. Yes, in Vermilion Town. We didn't dare to act rashly and alert the enemy. We were afraid that if he ran away, what would happen to senior brother? That junior brother frowned. Juxian Town? He was actually in Juxian Town? Why didn't I think of that? Damn it. Zhang Xinshu was vexed. The few times he had clashed with Wang Ku were all in Juxian Town. How could he have forgotten? No, it wasn't that he had forgotten. He just didn't think that Wang Ku would dare to go back. Go back to the Golden Crow sect and find my sister immediately. At the same time, inform the people searching everywhere to gather with me at Juxian Town. Let's capture that bastard Wang Ku together. Zhang Xinshu's eyes flashed with excitement. Yes. Screech. Screech. 2 red-crowned cranes carried the 2 of them and flew quickly in 2 different directions. Gongyi Tea House. The sky darkened. Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao sat in a room. Zhang Jingdao looked at Wang Ku with a blank expression. Wang Ku, this is the trap you prepared for your counterattack? The big bed? Zhang Jingdao heard that Wang Ku was preparing a trap to deal with Zhang Xinshu. When he returned, he didn't pay much attention to it and allowed Wang Ku to torment himself for the entire afternoon. He had just called him over to show him the trap he had set up. A big bed? Wang Ku was sitting on the bed. Yes, it's here. Wang Ku nodded. Are you going to use the blanket to suffocate Zhang Xinshu? Zhang Jingdao didn't understand. It might not be Zhang Xinshu. It might be Zhang Lier. Wang Ku shook his head. Zhang Jingdao. You said that Zhang Lier failed to seduce you, so you wanted to counterattack? King counterattack on the bed? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by Zhang Lier? What if Zhang Xinshu came over? What would you do? Or use the bed? This is a trap I designed for half a day. I guarantee it won't be a problem. Wang Ku said confidently. I don't understand. You're too shameless. Do you really think that Zhang Lier wants to sleep with you? Zhang Jingdao said with a strange expression. Of course, not only did she sexually harass me, but she also chased after me. Lying on the bed is the best way to lower her guard. Of course, it's the same even if other people come. I'll use my body as a lure. I'll definitely make them fall. Wang Ku said confidently. Zhang Jingdao was silent for a while. What's wrong? What's with that expression? Wang Ku was puzzled. If too many people come, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep on this bed. Zhang Jingdao said with a strange expression. Wang Ku was stunned. He instantly understood what Zhang Jingdao meant. Damn, do you think I'm sacrificing my body? What's in that head of yours every day? Do you have such hardcore thoughts? Wang Ku said with a dark expression. Then what do you mean? Zhang Jingdao was puzzled. Come, try attacking me. Wang Ku said in a low voice. Could it be that there's something I don't know? Zhang Jingdao was stunned. While talking, Zhang Jingdao walked toward Wang Ku. Crack! They saw that there was a sudden loud noise under the two people's feet, as if the floor collapsed. The big bed Wang Ku was on, together with the surrounding ground, flipped over with a loud bang. What's the situation? Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. Boom! Zhang Jingdao fell into a pitch-black pit. Crash! Suddenly, it was as if some vines were entangling him. Bursts of electric arcs instantly stimulated his entire body to tremble. Wang Ku! Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. All right, no need to activate it. It's fine. We're on the same side. Wang Ku shouted. Immediately, the electric arcs on Zhang Jingdao's body disappeared. Wang Ku took out a luminous pearl. Only then did Zhang Jingdao discover it. This was an underground chamber. This is? Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. This secret room is right below the room I'm staying in. Look at the ceiling of the chamber. Wang Ku pointed. Zhang Jingdao raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the chamber. However, he discovered that the ceiling was a big bed, bedside table, and other items. They were upside down. Ka ka ka! Wang Ku waved his hand and the ceiling immediately flipped over. However, the big bed and bedside table were all gone. I've modified the floor of the bedroom above. As long as a group of people step into my bedroom, I can instantly flip the floor over. Everyone in the bedroom will fall into this chamber. No matter who it is, they will all fall in. Wang Ku said confidently. And then? Zhang Jingdao curiously looked at the vines entangling him. This is the lightning divine whip. Have you forgotten? Not long ago, when we caught Tong Nen at the Divine King building, he used a nascent soul realm artifact. I used it here. As long as one falls into this chamber, they will instantly be entangled by the lightning divine whip. No one will be able to escape from it. Wang Ku said confidently. Someone is using the lightning divine whip in this chamber? Zhang Jingdao raised his eyebrows. That's right. My subordinate's cultivation is too weak. The power he can use is not great. Therefore, you will stay here later and use the lightning divine whip. There are a total of 11 of them, 1 main and 10 auxiliary. Will that be fine? Wang Ku asked. Zhang Jingdao looked at Wang Ku blankly. Damn, how did you come up with such a rotten idea? With your golden core realm cultivation, you can use a nascent soul realm artifact to deal with a group of golden core realm cultivators who have fallen into your trap. Wouldn't that be like playing a game? Wang Ku said. Zhang Jingdao was silent for a moment before he nodded. All right, I can help you with this. However, in order to avoid retaliation in the future, I want to cover my face. Also, I want half of the benefits that I get in the end. That's settled then. You guard this chamber. I'm going up to sleep. Wang Ku said in a low voice. All right. Zhang Jingdao nodded. At the side, a waiter of the Tongyi tea house immediately stepped forward and respectfully handed the lightning divine whip to Zhang Jingdao. Clap, clap. Wang Ku clapped his hands. The roof of the chamber immediately flipped over again, flipping the big bed above. Wang Ku and the waiter jumped up. The roof of the chamber flipped over again. Wang Ku left the chamber and returned to his previous bedroom. Family head, this subordinate will take his leave. The waiter left the bedroom. Wang Ku tidied up the big bed and prepared to rest. Zhang Lier? Zhang Xinshu? Humph, no matter who comes this time, I will teach you a lesson, Wang Ku said with anticipation. In the secret chamber below, Zhang Jingdao held the lightning divine whip and gently activated it. Crackle! Crackle! What's wrong with this lightning divine whip? It hurts 1,000 people but harms 800 people. Why is it electrocuting me? Oh, it's numb. Zhang Jingdao cried out in alarm. The surroundings were pitch black. Zhang Jingdao's expression was extremely ugly. Wang Ku, you bastard. You didn't tell me that the lightning divine whip is also leaking electricity? Zhang Jingdao said angrily. However, there was only one person here. Zhang Jingdao could only swallow this grievance. You didn't tell me that the magical weapon is leaking electricity. When we get the benefits, I want more. Zhang Jingdao said angrily. He had to extort money from Wang Ku. Otherwise, wouldn't he have suffered this grievance for nothing? Holding back his grievance, Zhang Jingdao hid in a dark corner and released the lightning divine whip in all directions of the secret chamber. Wait. Wang Ku was waiting for the assassin. Zhang Jingdao was also waiting for the benefits. Both of them were silent. In the dark of the night, a team of Golden Core Realm cultivators dug from the Nye family to the Tongyi tea house. Tong'an looked at the ground in front of him. Altar Leader Tong, it should be here. Nye Tianba whispered. Directly above? Tong'an asked in a low voice. Yes. I just sent someone to check from afar. Wang Ku is in the bedroom directly above. He's resting inside. Nye Tianba promised. Good. That's good. In order not to alarm Wang Ku, we dug a little deep. Now we'll dig up bit by bit. Be careful, Tong'an said in a low voice. Okay. The group of bald subordinates responded. I'll keep watch outside. Nye Tianba went back the way he came and prepared to eavesdrop. Rustle, 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 rustle. While gently digging, Tong Anan and the others continued to dig upwards, scattering the soil bit by bit. Suddenly, Tong Anan stopped. That's not right. We've reached the top already? There's still some distance to go? A bald man said in shock. Tong'an pondered for a moment. It's a cellar. There's a cellar under Wang Ku's bedroom? Ah! Don't worry. We'll dig a hole and enter the cellar through the hole. We'll catch Wang Ku off guard, Tong'an said in a low voice. Yes. The bald men answered. Soon, a hole big enough for one person appeared. Tong'an and the others entered the cellar through the hole. How was that a cellar? It was a trap prepared by Wang Ku for Zhang Xinshu. The secret room was pitch black. Zhang Jingdao hid in a corner and held his breath while holding the lightning god whip. He was waiting for the ceiling to flip over and for the group to fall down. However, as he waited, Zhang Jingdao was about to fall asleep. There was no movement from above. On the contrary, a rustling sound came from the center of the secret room. A ray of light shone in from below. As Zhang Jingdao had been in the dark for half a day, he could clearly see the black-robed men entering the room. What's going on? Zhang Xinshu and the others are digging a tunnel? They guess that there's a trap in Wang Ku's bedroom and are coming up from deeper underground? Are they trying to fight a battle of wits and courage with Wang Ku? Zhang Jingdao said blankly. One by one, the figures climbed up. As Tong Anan and the others were in the brightly lit tunnel earlier, they were unable to discover Zhang Jingdao, who was hiding in the corner when they entered the pitch-black environment. Only after everyone came up did they have the time to check out what was in the cellar. Oh my, did I step on a rope? A bald man said gloomily. Lower your voice. Do you want to scare Wang Ku? Oh my, I stepped on a rope too. Another bald man said in surprise. Light another torch. Tong'an said. Light another torch? Won't I be exposed? Zhang Jingdao couldn't wait any longer. Boom! He used all his strength to activate the lightning god whip that had already filled the room. The lightning god whip could be lengthened. Therefore, Wang Ku had already filled the secret room with it. Zhang Jingdao suddenly activated it. It was as if thousands of vines had instantly wrapped around everyone in the secret room. It was like a huge net that covered the sky and covered the earth. It instantly enveloped Tong'an and the others. Tong'an didn't expect that he would be ambushed when he entered the cellar so cautiously. This didn't make sense. Ah! Oh no, it's an ambush! We've been tricked! The group of Golden Elixir Realm experts exclaimed. Lightning, come! Zhang Jingdao shouted. Crackle, crackle, crackle! Suddenly, under Zhang Jingdao's control, the lightning god whip exploded with thousands of electric current. Ah! Tong'an and the others were all wrapped up in the whip. Under the stimulation of the powerful electric currents, they suddenly let out deafening screams. Zhang Jingdao, who was suffering from the electric current leakage, was also trembling all over. Ah, num 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 num! Zhang Jingdao screamed in shock. Zhang Jingdao was only slightly stimulated by the electric current leakage. However, Tong En and the others were under the attack of the lightning god whip. They instantly screamed in agony. Ah 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 ah! Tong En and the others screamed in agony. Ah, mama, mama! Zhang Jingdao also screamed. Zhang Jingdao was filled with regret at this moment. The electric current leakage was too serious. He didn't dare to stop. Once he stopped, wouldn't this group of people be free? Wouldn't he be in trouble then? Wang Ku, come quickly. It's so numb. Hurry! Zhang Jingdao screamed. Crackle! Numb. In the secret chamber, there was a series of explosions. Above the secret chamber, in Wang Ku's bedroom, Wang Ku was lying on the big bed with an ugly expression. What's Zhang Jingdao doing? Damn it. I told you to be careful of the ambush and not make any noise. Why are there so many explosions, crackles, and screams now? Did I tell you to ambush me? Are you dancing? Can't you be more reasonable? Wang Ku sat up on the bed with an ugly expression. How can I trick Zhang Xinxiu into falling into my trap when there are so many explosions under my bed? Do you know how awkward it is for me? P.S. The book is going to be published soon. Brothers and sisters, remember to subscribe. Sorry for the trouble. Chapter 126. Nie Tianba bade farewell to Tong An's group in the tunnel and went back through the tunnel. 11 golden core cultivators? A sneak attack. Wang Ku is dead for sure. Ha! Nie Tianba said excitedly. However, halfway through his excitement, Nie Tianba's expression froze. That's not right. Why did I come back just now? Why would I need to confirm it from the outside? What if Tong An captured Wang Ku and robbed Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao of their money? What if they don't give it to me? Nie Tianba's expression froze. He was too excited just now. He was so focused on dealing with Wang Ku that he forgot that the 150 kilograms of spirit stones given to him by the hall master was still in Wang Ku's hands. Would Tong An rob him of such a huge sum of money? Of course, of course. Tong An promised me that he wouldn't take my money. Besides, he works for the same hall master. How would he dare to take the hall master's money? Nie Tianba comforted himself anxiously. Even so, Nie Tianba was still unsure. He wanted to go back, but he was afraid that he would offend Tong An. He could only leave the tunnel and hope that Tong An would fulfill his promise. Nie Tianba quickened his footsteps and rushed back to Nie Manor. He walked out of the main hall. He jumped onto the roof and looked in the direction of Gongyi Tea House. Shriek! Shriek! He saw cranes circling above Gongyi Tea House in the distance. The Golden Crow sect disciples descended from the sky on their cranes. Even under the moonlight, Nie Tianba could see the leader, Zhang Xinxiu, very clearly. A large group of Golden Crow sect disciples? Zhang Xinxiu? How is this possible? Nie Tianba exclaimed. Nie Tianba was prepared to see how badly Wang Ku would die. What was this? What was this? A large group of Golden Crow sect disciples? Were they friends or foes? A few days ago, Nie Tianba would have thought that they were here to cause trouble for Wang Ku. After all, Zhang Xinxiu had a grudge against Wang Ku. But these days, Nie Tianba was not so sure anymore. The news of the God King's building had already spread to Vermilion Immortal Town. Golden Crow sect's disciples were working as security guards in the God King's building. They were the guardians of the King of God's building. What the F***ck, Zhang Xinxiu was the security captain of the Xinhuang building. The Xinhuang building belonged to Wang Ku, and Zhang Xinxiu was the head of the security team. Were they still enemies? They must have turned hostility into friendship a long time ago. I was wondering why the disciples of the Golden Crow sect sealed off Juxian town and searched for the faces of the people in the town. Could it be that it was Wang Ku's arrangement? In fact, Wang Ku had been watching me for a long time? Nie Tianba's expression changed drastically. It's over, it's over. Wang Ku, that scoundrel, he tricked me? My every move was under his surveillance, including the appearance of Tong An's group. Everything was under Wang Ku's surveillance. Tong An and his group attacked Wang Ku because they were ambushed by Wang Ku? Nie Tianba's face was filled with fear. What do you mean by sneak attacking Wang Ku? Wang Ku arranged everything perfectly. Tong An and his group were all killed? Nie Tianba's face was filled with despair. Just as Nie Tianba was at a loss of what to do, a hand landed on Nie Tianba's shoulder. Slap. The sudden slap in the middle of the night startled Nie Tianba. Who is it? Nie Tianba turned around in fear. A man in a black robe stood beside Nie Tianba. Senior, have you thought it through and come back? Nie Tianba was overjoyed. Nie Tianba thought that the man in the black robe had returned to report to the hall master that he had wasted 150 kilograms of spiritual stones. Senior? I am not your senior, the man in the black robe said in a hoarse voice. Nie Tianba's expression changed, and he turned around to run. Bam! The man in the black robe slapped the air, and Nie Tianba stumbled and fell on the tiles on the roof. Blarg! Nie Tianba spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the man in the black robe in horror. He was a golden core cultivator. How could he spit out blood with just a slap? How could this man's strength be so terrifying? How could he not escape? You are one of Wang Ku's men. No, why? Nie Tianba's face was filled with despair. Wang Ku, how did he scare you so much? But that's not important. Let me ask you, where is Tong An and his men? The man in the black robe asked. Aren't you one of Wang Ku's men? How do you know about Tong An and his men? Nie Tianba was taken aback. I am asking you a question, and you must answer it. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you another slap, the man in the black robe said in a low voice. I will tell you. Tong An and his men went through the tunnel in my house to the Gongyi tea house. They planned to ambush Wang Ku, but they fell into Wang Ku's ambush and were surrounded by a group of Golden Crow sect disciples. It's right there. Nie Tianba pointed in the direction of the Gongyi tea house with a bitter face. The man in the black robe looked at his feet. Although there was a layer of tiles between them, Nie Tianba had a feeling that the man in the black robe could see through the tiles and see the entrance to the tunnel. No wonder I lost track of Tong An's aura here. So they left by digging a tunnel? They fell into the ambush of Wang Ku and the Golden Crow sect? What a bunch of good-for-nothings, the man in the black robe said in a low voice. Senior, are you with Wang Ku or not? Nie Tianba asked in confusion. This black-robed man's tone was somewhat incomprehensible. Was he on Wang Ku's side or Tong An's side? The man in the black robe struck Nie Tianba with his palm. Senior, no. I am telling the truth. I am cooperating with them. Nie Tianba shouted in shock. Bam! Nie Tianba was hit and fell into the house. Then, he fainted. Since you are not lying, I will spare your life. However, you will sleep for 2 days, the man in the black robe said in a low voice. The man in the black robe turned around and waved his hand. A transparent barrier seemed to have disappeared. Apparently, the man in the black robe had set up a true qi barrier that prevented the Nie family from hearing the sound of the roof being smashed. The man in the black robe looked in the direction of the Gongyi tea house. Then, he took a step forward and dashed toward the Gongyi tea house like a black shadow. Not long after the black-robed man left, Nie Tianba's body flashed with a blood-red light. Nie Tianba woke up with a start. Nascent soul? He is in the nascent soul realm? If not for my divine blood skill, I would have. Nie Tianba looked at the hole in the roof with lingering fear. Gongyi tea house. In Wang Ku's bedroom, Wang Ku sat on the bed and listened to the rumbling sound under the floor. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Wang Ku sat by the bed and was speechless for a long time. Damn it, this secret chamber of mine was just dug out. Why are there so many people's voices? Why are there so many voices when you are alone, Zhang Jingdao? Are you playing ventriloquism? Or is this secret chamber of mine built on top of someone's ancestral grave? Are you playing disco dancing with their ancestors' ghosts? Wang Ku's face was extremely ugly. Wang Ku was infuriated. Everything was fine. What was he doing? Don't you have any team spirit? Wang Ku was about to activate the mechanism to open the secret chamber to scold Zhang Jingdao. Bam! The door was suddenly pushed open. Wang Ku looked up and saw Zhang Xinshu standing coldly at the door with a white paper fan in his hand. There was even a group of juniors standing behind Zhang Xinshu. Wang Ku, you are really good at hiding, Zhang Xinshu said coldly. Wang Ku. What should he do now? Sure enough, before he even entered the door, Zhang Xinshu was already on guard. This was because the floor under Wang Ku's bed was emitting a series of crackling sounds, and there was also a wave of ghostly wails and wolf howls coming from underground. Zhang Xinshu was also stunned by this scene. What was going on? There were howls coming from below Wang Ku's bedroom floor? It's a long night and I'm bored. The people downstairs are singing to vent their emotions. Do you believe it? Wang Ku said awkwardly. Downstairs? The house you live in only has one F***king floor. How can there be a downstairs? There were still many howls coming from below. Zhang Xinshu's eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Senior brother Xinshu, there must be a secret chamber below. In the secret chamber there might be a cruel punishment being carried out. That's why there are such shrill cries. One of the juniors whispered to Zhang Xinshu. Zhang Xinshu's eyelids twitched. Secret chamber interrogation? Wang Ku? I really underestimated you. Torture interrogation in the middle of the night? You set up a private court? Heh, are you interrogating demons? Did I disturb you? Zhang Xinshu said coldly. If you can help me close the door, it's not a disturbance. Wang Ku said awkwardly with a strange expression. What the F***ck? What should I do now? The trap I carefully set up was exposed by that bastard Zhang Jingdao. Do I really have to do what Zhang Jingdao said, and use the quilt on the bed to suffocate them? Looking at the quilt on the bed and the group of aggressive Golden Crow sect experts, Wang Ku didn't listen to Zhang Jingdao in the end. It was ruined. His trap was ruined. Close the door? Wang Ku, you wish. Do you know how hard we've been looking for you these days? We can't go back to our sect and have to sleep in the open every day. Zhang Xinshu said coldly. Wang Ku was stunned. Why? If you're tired from looking for me, you can go back and rest. Why do you think? Zhang Xinshu said coldly. Could it be that you didn't pay your security guards when the Xinhuang company opened? You didn't take it and ran away. It's not my fault. Wang Ku smiled bitterly. Bullshit. You're still playing dumb, aren't you? Let's not talk about our grudges for now. You're dead for offending my sister. Wang Ku, I've never seen my sister so angry. Zhang Xinshu said coldly. Zhang Lier? I didn't offend her. Wang Ku said with an ugly expression. It's useless for you to tell me. I've already sent someone to inform my sister. My sister will come at dawn at most. You can tell her then. Zhang Xinshu sneered. Is it my fault that I'm handsome? Wang Ku looked confused. Zhang Xinshu outside the door was stunned. What do you mean? Handsome? What does that have to do with you being handsome? Do you have any shame? Besides, how are you handsome? Zhang Xinshu, as her younger brother, you should persuade your sister more. You can't force a melon to be sweet. Wang Ku advised gloomily. Zhang Xinshu. The disciples of the Golden Crow sect. What was Wang Ku talking about? Can't you see? If I didn't have a choice, why do you think I would leave the Heavenly Wolf sect and escape? I didn't want to do this. I was helpless. Your sister waited for me outside the sect for 2 days and 2 nights. She should know the result. Why does she keep staring at me? I know I have a lot of good points. But I can't do anything about it. Wang Ke tried his best to persuade him. Zhang Xinxiu, what good points do you have? How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Look, you chased me all the way here. It'll be terrible if word gets out. Zhang Lier doesn't care about her reputation, but I do. I have a girlfriend. You know her, Princess Serene Moon. What if my girlfriend hears about this scandal? I'm in a difficult position too, Wang Ke advised gloomily. Zhang Xinxiu and the others were stunned. What was Wang Ke talking about? Why couldn't they understand? Wang Ke, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Xinxiu glared at him. Can't you communicate properly? What the hell are you talking about? Wang Ke thought that Zhang Xinxiu was protecting Zhang Lier's reputation and didn't want him to say too much. Zhang Xinxiu, what's the point of pretending that you don't know what's going on? Your sister arranged for you to look for me for so many days. Don't you know what's going on? That day, your sister sneaked into my office in the God King building. I told her clearly, but why did she not let me go? What else do you want me to say? Wang Ke said angrily. Zhang Xinxiu and the others looked at Wang Ke in a daze. What was Wang Ke talking about? Why couldn't they understand? Right, Wang Ke mentioned that his sister sneaked into the office of Wang Ke to give him a surprise attack. In the end, she didn't manage to hit him. When she came out, her hair was wet and she even changed her clothes. It seemed like she took a shower. Zhang Xinxiu couldn't figure it out. He asked his sister a few times but didn't get the reason. He was even scolded by his sister. From then on, his sister went crazy and wanted to take revenge on Wang Ke. What did you do in the office that day? Zhang Xinxiu asked blankly. You don't know? Wang Ke's eyes widened in surprise. Zhang Xinxiu and the others' faces stiffened. My sister refused to say. How would I know? That's right. She's a girl. How could she have the nerve to say such things? Sigh. Wang Ke sighed softly and guessed the reason. Failing to seduce another man was an embarrassing thing. How could she tell her brother? What did you do in the office that day? Zhang Xinxiu asked in a low voice. From Wang Ke's words earlier, Zhang Xinxiu felt a strange atmosphere. Do you really want to hear this? Most importantly, I'm afraid that if I say it, it won't be good for your sister's reputation. Wang Ke frowned. Say it, Zhang Xinxiu said in a low voice. Wang Ke was silent for a while. Finally, he sighed softly. All right, I'll tell you. You should go back and persuade your sister. After all, in life, there are bound to be some things that don't go your way. Don't worry about it. There are many good men in this world without a good man like me. Zhang Xinxiu's frown deepened. The juniors behind him also looked surprised. Why don't I tell only you? After all, I have to give your sister some face. This is also considered her privacy. Wang Ke said. All right. Tell only me. Zhang Xinxiu said in a low voice. All of you guard the door. Don't eavesdrop. At the same time, surround this bedroom. If Wang Ke dares to play any tricks, don't go easy on him. Zhang Xinxiu said coldly. Yes. The juniors answered. As they spoke, Zhang Xinxiu stepped into the bedroom. Quang. The bedroom door was slammed shut. P.S. The book is going to be published. Brothers and sisters, remember to subscribe. Sorry for the trouble. Chapter 127. Gongyi Tea House, Wang Ke's bedroom. Zhang Xinxiu looked at the floor. There was still a crackling sound under the floor, and there was a burst of miserable cries from Zhang Jingdao and others. This environment was very strange. Zhang Xinxiu was very careful. After all, he had suffered in the hands of Wang Ke, and he didn't want to have any more problems. Tell me, there's no one else here. What did you and my sister do in the office that day? Zhang Xinxiu asked in a deep voice while waving the paper fan. Wang Ke was also depressed at this moment. Because Zhang Jingdao made a loud noise in the basement, Zhang Xinxiu was very careful. A group of Golden Crow sect disciples were outside, and he didn't dare to deal with Zhang Xinxiu. A group of Golden Crow sect disciples outside were eyeing covetously. That day? Actually, I don't want to say it, but I'm also very troubled. You should persuade your sister. Wang Ke smiled bitterly. Persuade my sister about what? Zhang Xinshu narrowed his eyes and asked in confusion. Your sister and I are not suitable, Wang Ke said solemnly. Zhang Xinshu was stunned. Not suitable? Damn, my sister just wants to beat you up. What's not suitable about it? I'm a very loyal person. Your sister always pesters me, and I can't breathe. I also want private space. I also want freedom. Can't you persuade your sister? Forget about me. She will meet someone better. Wang Ku advised earnestly. Zhang Xinshu was stunned for a while. What did I just hear? Wang Ke said my sister pesters him? He must have lost his mind. My sister pesters him? Bastard, Wang Ku, how dare you slander my sister? My father has arranged my sister's marriage before she was born. How dare you, how dare you? Zhang Xinshu walked forward with hatred. Don't be impulsive, we can talk it out. Isn't that what you want to ask? Why are you in such a hurry? Don't come over. Wang Ke suddenly exclaimed. However, how could Zhang Xinshu allow someone to tarnish his sister's reputation? This King shameless Wang Ku, how could he say such a thing? You're courting death. How dare you slander my sister? How dare you talk nonsense? Zhang Xinshu hit him with his palm. Don't! Wang Ku exclaimed. Boom! Zhang Xinshu's palm landed on Wang Ku's chest with a loud thud. Wang Ku was completely fine. Zhang Xinshu was taken aback. That shouldn't be the case. Although I didn't use all my strength, it's not something a natural realm cultivator can withstand. With your cultivation, your chest should have caved in at least. Why are you completely fine? When he raised his head to look at Wang Ku, he suddenly saw a large seal smashing down on his head. Boom! It was the God King's seal that landed on Zhang Xinshu's head. Zhang Xinshu instinctively wanted to release his protective qi to block it. However, this God King's seal was made from Tao Spirit Jade and had a suppressive force. His protective qi could not avoid the God King's seal at all. Zhang Xinshu fell to the bed. Damn, this God King's seal is indeed a divine brick artifact. A golden core realm cultivator fainted with one hit. Wang Ke said with lingering fear. Wang Ke put away the God King's seal and ignored Zhang Xinshu, who was lying at the foot of the bed. He immediately checked his body. After feeling around, he let out a long sigh. That was close. That was close. My turbid qi increased a little, but I did not break through. I'm still in the 6th layer of the natural realm. That's great. After confirming that he was fine, Wang Ke looked at Zhang Xinshu again. Are you crazy? We were having a good conversation. Why did you hit me? Wang Ke said gloomily. Zhang Xinshu was much stronger than Nie Tianba. After Nie Tianba was hit by the God King's seal, he was unconscious for half a day. However, Zhang Xinshu seemed to have woken up after a short while. Seeing Zhang Xinshu's finger tremble, Wang Ke's expression changed. He flipped his hand and covered Zhang Xinshu with the blanket at the side. Bam! 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 The God King's seal hit Zhang Xinshu fiercely with the blanket. Only when Zhang Xinshu was motionless did he stop. Phew! That was close. Wang Ke's expression turned ugly. Wang Ke looked out the window and was troubled again. Damn, what should I do? I can't get out. The Golden Crow sect's disciples are all outside. As soon as I open the door, they'll charge in. The Godly King's seal might be able to knock one person unconscious, but what about the many people outside? Wang Ke was extremely anxious. He lowered his head and looked at the floor. Zhang Jingdao's cries and howls were still coming from under the floor. It's all your fault, Zhang Jingdao. What the hell are you doing down there? Wang Ke was furious. He waved his hand and activated the mechanism. Boom! The room around the bed flipped over instantly. Wang Ke and the bed entered the secret room. As soon as he entered the secret room, he was blinded by the electric light inside. My eyes! Wang Ke screamed and covered his eyes that were about to go blind. At this moment, Zhang Jingdao, whose hair was standing on end and whose body was smoking, roared when he saw the ceiling flip over. Wang Ke, you bastard! I've been shouting for you for a long time, but you can't hear me. I'm going to be electrocuted. This thing is leaking electricity. Come and help. Ah, it's so numbing. Zhang Jingdao roared. Wang Ke's eyes finally adjusted to the light inside. He immediately saw that Zhang Jingdao had activated the lightning god whip, which was wrapped around 11 black-robed figures. The 11 people were tied up by the lightning god whip and couldn't move. They were all trembling from the stimulation of the powerful electric current and were crying like ghosts. Wang Ke was dumbfounded. Where did so many people come from? Is there really an ancestral grave under the secret room? Are they zombies? Hurry up, I can't take it anymore. Zhang Jingdao was trembling from the electric current. Wang Ke also calmed down instantly. He took out the God King's seal without hesitation and rushed toward the 11 black-robed figures. Boom, boom, boom! The godly King's seal smashed down on the 11 people's heads. Tong Un and the others had also suffered greatly. They had been knocked unconscious by the godly King's seal and were instantly awakened by the electric current. Wang Ke saw that he was still awake. Another round of fierce smashing. Knock them out and wake them up. Knock them out and wake them up. What a sin! Why? Tong Un cried out in despair. Don't smash it anymore. If you smash it again, my brain juice will pop out. A bald man cried. Living is worse than death. Save us. A group of baldies cried out in despair. Finally, after each of them had been smashed 40 to 50 times, none of them woke up. Even if they were stimulated by a strong electric current, they still wouldn't wake up. Wang Ke was relieved. Okay. Wang Ke nodded to Zhang Jingdao. Who? Only then did the lightning god's whip stop. Zhang Jingdao sat on the ground, paralyzed. His clothes were charred black. Zhang Jingdao, why do I smell burnt meat on your body? Wang Ke asked curiously. Zhang Jingdao lifted his clothes and looked at his lower body. His eyes flashed with sadness. I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. Are you really fine? What's the problem? Tell me. Wang Ke asked. I'm really fine. Don't ask any more. I'll heal myself. How can I say it out loud? Don't ask any more, okay? Zhang Jingdao said angrily. Fine, I won't ask any more. Why are you so angry? What's going on? Why are there so many people? Wang Ke asked curiously. Curious, Wang Ke lifted the hats of the group of black-robed people. Tong Un? And those 10 baldies? Why are their heads so big? Wang Ke said in surprise. Didn't you smash them just now? Zhang Jingdao said in surprise. Me? Okay, I didn't notice just now. It's just that, why are they in my secret chamber? Wang Ke said in surprise. How would I know? They suddenly popped up from underground. Zhang Jingdao also looked depressed. Popped up from underground? Wang Ke immediately walked to a cave not far away. Hiss, there's a tunnel here? They popped up from the tunnel? Just happened to fall into my trap? Why? Wang Ke looked puzzled. You ask me, who should I ask? Damn, I don't even know what's going on. Zhang Jingdao also looked confused. The two of them looked at each other. Today's incident was too strange. 11 evil spirits suddenly popped up from the ground? Say, don't you think that Murong Guang, Mo Sanshan, and the others are too useless? Tong Un and his group are obviously stupid. How could they lose them like that? We just casually dug a hole and they fell into it. Murong Guang, Mo Sanshan, and the others couldn't catch them? Wang Ke looked surprised. That's right. Zhang Jingdao also nodded. Wang Ke, what do we do now? What are you doing? They've all fainted and you're taking off their clothes? Zhang Jingdao was stunned. I'm looking to see if there's anything valuable on them. Wang Ke said. Ah, Wang Ku, don't fight with me. We agreed that we'll split them half. I've been electrocuted for half a day. Zhang Jingdao immediately rushed over excitedly. The two of them searched Tong An and his group. Damn, their black robes were burnt by the electricity. They're all in the golden core realm, but they only have 50 kilograms of spirit stones on them? Why? Zhang Jingdao said in despair. He had been electrocuted for so long, and all he got was 50 kilograms of benefits? This was obviously a huge loss. It's good enough that you got some profit. If you don't want it, give me your half. Wang Ku reached out to take it. Are you kidding me? It's mine. Zhang Jingdao immediately put the 50 kilograms of spirit stones into his pocket. Wang Ku, why are you only here now? I've been calling you for half a day. Didn't you hear me? Do you know how badly I was electrocuted? Zhang Jingdao said angrily. You can't blame me. It's all because of him. Wang Ku pointed at a blanket that had fallen from the bed at the top of the secret chamber. This blanket? Something's wrong. There's something inside? Zhang Jingdao immediately went forward to check. He lifted the blanket. Zhang Xinshu rolled out of the blanket and fainted at the side. Zhang Jingdao sucked in a breath of cold air. Wang Ku, you really smothered Zhang Xinshu with the blanket. I was just joking. Did you really do it? He's just fainted. He'll wake up soon. There's still. Wang Ku explained the situation outside. After he finished, Zhang Jingdao's expression turned ugly. You mean, there's a large group of Golden Crow sect disciples guarding outside? Zhang Jingdao asked in horror. Wang Ku nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Tong An and the others dug a tunnel. It's just right. Let's escape through this tunnel, shall we? Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. Wang Ku shook his head. No. Why? Zhang Jingdao glared. If we were anywhere else, we would have just left. However, this place is different. This is a tea house in Vermilion Immortal Town. If we run away, my subordinates will be in trouble. Wang Ku said with a frown. Why do you care so much at a time like this? Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. Wang Ku shook his head. We have to divert their attention. My subordinates are humans too. They eat with me. But, now that Zhang Xinshu is in our hands, we'll use Zhang Xinshu to threaten the Golden Crow sect disciples. We'll lure them away from Zhuxian town and then escape. Wang Ku said in a low voice. But it's very dangerous. Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. So, you have to come with me. Wang Ku looked at Zhang Jingdao. T, I'm not going to die with you. Zhang Jingdao was furious. Don't worry, I'm here. It'll be fine. We'll talk to them and show them our sincerity. I think they'll understand us. Wang Ku said solemnly. I'm not doing it. I want to go through this tunnel first. Zhang Jingdao said angrily. Have you considered whether there are other demons waiting for Tong An at the other end of the tunnel? Wang Ku asked. Zhang Jingdao's face froze. If we don't solve the problem above, what if the demons waiting for Tong An come down the tunnel? Wang Ku asked again. Zhang Jingdao sucked in a breath of cold air. What the F***ck? What the F***ck? My path has been blocked? Don't worry, follow me out. It'll be fine, we can go. Wang Ku comforted him. I'll take half of Zhang Xinshu's wealth. Zhang Jingdao compromised. Okay. Wang Ku nodded. The two of them searched Zhang Xinshu's belongings. Damn it, don't you bring money when you go out? You don't even have a storage bracelet or a storage pouch. Zhang Jingdao cursed angrily after searching for a while. All of Zhang Xinshu's belongings were stored in his white paper fan. The white paper fan had secretly entered Zhang Xinshu's body to protect him, so he couldn't find it. Zhang Jingdao's efforts were in vain. After tidying up his charred appearance, Zhang Jingdao and Wang Ku returned to the bedroom above while cursing. Wang Ku, I'm telling you, if you can't handle it, don't blame me for abandoning you. Zhang Jingdao said angrily. Then you won't have anyone to help you make money in the future. Wang Ku didn't care at all. Damn it. Zhang Jingdao was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He couldn't just ignore it? Wang Ku took a deep breath, slowly walked to the door, and suddenly opened it. As soon as the door opened, Wang Ku was stunned. Zhang Jingdao walked forward and was also stunned. Wang Ku, didn't you say that there was a group of Golden Crow sect disciples outside the door, and there were even red-crowned cranes circling around? Where are they? Where are they? Not a single one of them. Is this strange? I don't know either. Wang Ku had a strange expression. Tonight was really a strange night. So many Golden Crow sect disciples suddenly disappeared? How did it change? Why don't you ask your subordinates to come and ask? Zhang Jingdao said curiously. Wang Ku was just about to nod when suddenly light footsteps came from the courtyard. No need to ask, they're all asleep, everyone is asleep. Accompanying the footsteps was an extremely hoarse voice. Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao immediately became vigilant, but they saw a figure wrapped in a black robe walk out of the darkness. The voice was hoarse, making people unable to recognize who it was. It was mysterious and looked extremely gloomy. Now it's your turn. The hoarse voice had a hint of coldness. The black-robed person was going to make a move? Hall Master Mo, why are you here in the middle of the night? Zhang Jingdao said in surprise. The black-robed person's footsteps paused, his figure stiffening. Impossible, my voice has changed, and I concealed my aura. How did Zhang Jingdao recognize me? Yeah, Hall Master Mo? Did you help me deal with the Golden Crow sect disciples? Thank you so much. I've misunderstood you in the past. Wang Ku immediately said gratefully. He was still thinking about how to deal with the Golden Crow sect disciples, but the danger was gone. That was great. Mo Sanshan's body stiffened in the black robe. Why? How did you recognize me as Mo Sanshan? Was it my voice? Or was it my scent? It's different from Mo Sanshan. Why do you think I'm Mo Sanshan? Mo Sanshan asked gloomily. Your shoes. Zhang Jingdao said. Yeah, aren't these the shoes you wore on the day of the Xinhuang Company's grand opening? I remember that your left foot stepped on bird poop. Wang Ku explained. Mo Sanshan stiffened in the black robe and lowered his head to look at his exposed shoes. What the F***ck, you two are crazy. Why are you staring at my shoes? Chapter 128. In the courtyard of the Gong 1 tea house. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. How could Mo Sanshan have expected that he would be recognized even after changing his voice and hiding his aura? What the F***ck, are these two crazy people? Why do they keep staring at my shoes? Hall Master Mo, actually, I've always been envious of intelligence workers like you. I used to be one in the Mortal District, but I was too weak. Unlike you, you can do whatever you want and hide behind the scenes. I'm so envious. Wang Ku exclaimed. Mo Sanshan stared at Wang Ku. Are you praising me or insulting me? I'm the Hall Master of the West Wolf Hall. I hid my identity, but you guys saw through me immediately? Do you think I don't care about my reputation? Wang Ku? Ha, good eyesight. But do you know why I'm here? Mo Sanshan said coldly. That's not important. You came just in time. That's great. I have to thank you. Wang Ku exclaimed. Mo Sanshan. Not important? Thank me for what? Hall Master Mo, you're not here to deal with us, right? Zhang Jingdao asked worriedly. Why would Hall Master Mo come to deal with us? He's the Hall Master of the Heavenly Wolf sect. I'm also a Hall Master. You're also an elder. We're all colleagues. How is that possible? Zhang Jingdao, don't talk nonsense. Wang Ku said with a smile. Mo Sanshan looked coldly at Wang Ku. You're too careless. So what if we're from the same sect? What if I'm really here to deal with you? What else can you do? Zhang Jingdao's expression darkened. What's the big deal? I just need to say a word. Wang Ku said directly. He's a nascent soul cultivator. If he really wants to deal with us, won't we be doomed? Wang Ku, didn't you hear him say he wants to deal with us? Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. After all, why did Wang Ku come out of the Heavenly Wolf sect this time? Wasn't it to avoid Mo Sanshan? Damn, he chased us all the way here and even said he wants to deal with us. What should we do? Just one sentence? What is it? Mo Sanshan was also puzzled. Wang Ku took a deep breath and suddenly looked up at the sky. Heavens? Mo Sanshan and Zhang Jingdao followed Wang Ku's gaze and looked at the night sky in confusion. In the night sky, there was nothing but the bright moonlight. What was he looking at? Everyone, listen up. The Sirius Sect's Western Wolf Palace Master, Mo Sanshan, has come to Wang Ku's place as a guest. Wang Ku roared towards the sky. Under the cover of the night sky, his voice echoed throughout Vermilion Immortal Town. Zhang Jingdao, Mo Sanshan. How could the two of them have known that Wang Ku wasn't looking at the night sky when he raised his head? Instead, he was concentrating his qi in his dantian and amplifying his voice everywhere. Sure enough, the entire town was woken up by Wang Ku in an instant. I know. Wang family head, I'll come to register tomorrow. Please recommend me to the Western Wolf Palace Master. Wang family head, I won't go. I'm afraid of death. I don't want to go to war. Wang family head, you really have a lot of connections. Wang Ku, you show off. Do you have to let everyone know that a guest is coming? Wang Ku, can't you let us sleep? The entire town was in an uproar. Mo Sanshan was stunned for a long time, not knowing what to say. Oh, I understand. It's just one sentence. Tonight, if anything happens to me and Wang Ku, you'll be the first to be suspected. Chen Tianyuan went on a long trip, but once he returns and finds out that Wang Ku is dead, he'll definitely trace it here. Unless you slaughter everyone in Vermilion Immortal Town. Zhang Jingdao said in shock. How can that be? Who would dare to slaughter an immortal town? Not even the demonic sect. Besides, as long as one person is left out, the whole world will know. You'll become the public enemy of both the righteous and demonic sects. Wang Ku shook his head. Not only that, but you'll have a bad reputation for life. Once you leave the 100,000 mountains and go to the outside world and want to join a faction, you'll be exposed as a vicious person. You'll be hunted down by the righteous. Zhang Jingdao said. Mo Sanshan's face darkened. Damn, it was just one sentence. Who the F***ck would have thought that Wang Ku, this scoundrel, would actually take drastic measures to deal with this? I'm just an underground worker. What can I do if you light me up with countless torches? Most importantly, Wang Ku has Chen Tianyuan behind him. What can I do? Ha, Wang Ku, Zhang Jingdao, I was just joking. Mo Sanshan said with a stiff expression. Fortunately, Mo Sanshan was wrapped in a black robe, so the two could not see his face. I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you over as a guest. I would have said that you were here to kill me. I just said one sentence, but you didn't believe me. You asked me what I said, and I reluctantly said it for you to see. Wang Ku said with a smile. Mo Sanshan's face twitched. So, it's my fault? Speaking of which, Hall Master Mo, why are you here? Wang Ku asked curiously. Why am I here? Mo Sanshan was depressed. He had let Tong An steal the dog's nose, and let the mantis stalk the cicada while he was the oriole behind it. He was prepared to be the mastermind behind the scenes, but who would have thought that Tong An and the others were so disappointing? It had only been a few days, and they had already fallen into Wang Ku's hands? Damn, are you all fake Golden Core Realm cultivators? You caused me to come and rescue you? There's something I want to discuss with you. Mo Sanshan's expression was complicated. Hall Master Mo, you and I are colleagues. There's no need for him to be so courteous. Speak your mind. Wang Ku nodded. It's Tong An and the others. I accidentally lost them back then. It wasn't easy for me to track them down and I came here. Emo Sanshan said gloomily. I caught them just now. Is Hall Master Emo here to steal my credit? Wang Ku frowned. Emo Sanshan's expression turned ugly. Tong and that bunch of idiots had fallen into Wang Ku's hands again. Damn, how did they fall into Wang Ku's hands? You're making things difficult for me. It's like this. The West Wolf Palace is in charge of gathering intelligence on the 100,000 mountains. Tong and the others have deep connections in the demon sect. I accidentally let them escape last time, and I've been investigating to uncover their secrets. It's beneficial to the righteous path and the common people. Emo Sanshan said solemnly. Hall Master Emo, I can't say this. Do you know how hard it was for me to catch Tong? I went through so much trouble to catch them, but in the end I let them escape? You've wasted all my efforts. I might as well have killed them all for merit. Wang Ku said gloomily. Zhang Jingdao looked at Wang Ku in shock. Was it hard to catch Tong and back then? Didn't you just barge into the Divine King building and catch them? You didn't even do anything. I know it wasn't easy for you to catch them, but this is related to the righteous path. Please forgive me. How about this? I'll give you the same amount of merit for the 11 demons. Emo Sanshan shook his head. All right. We're all on the righteous path. That's fine too. Wang Ku nodded. Really? Wang Ku, I'm sorry for the trouble. Why don't you hand over Tong and the others to me? Emo Sanshan's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Aren't you talking about the time I caught Tong last time? Wang Ku asked, puzzled. Emo Sanshan's face darkened. What the hell? This Wang Ku was too evil. The last time you let Tong escape, your master, Chen Tianyuan, had already helped you get some benefits. So, you've just taken advantage of him again? Wang Ku, what I want to say is that you and the disciples of the Golden Crow sect caught Tong again. This time. Emo Sanshan frowned. That's right. Don't tell me you want to go back again? It wasn't easy for us to catch him. Wang Ku nodded. Emo Sanshan really wanted to kill this infuriating bastard with a palm strike. Tong knows the secret of the demonic sect. It's very important. I have to interrogate him. Can you give it to me? Emo Sanshan said gloomily. If it wasn't for Wang Ku's shout earlier that made everyone aware, how could he have been so restrained? You should have said so earlier. I can give it to you, Wang Ku said. Emo Sanshan. Wasn't that what I was talking about? Zhang Jingdao tugged at Wang Ku's sleeve from behind. It was as if he wanted Wang Ku not to agree so readily. Zhang Jingdao, why are you tugging at me? What's wrong with Hall Master Mo wanting a few demons for the sake of the righteous path? You still want to ask him for benefits? Aren't you shameless? Wang Ku turned his head and glared at Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao's expression turned awkward. At the same time, he looked at Wang Ku in confusion. This shouldn't be right. When did Wang Ku become so generous? Could it be that he didn't dare to extort Mo Sanshan because he was in the nascent soul realm? But this isn't like you. Hallmaster Mo, don't worry. Since you're here personally, I'll definitely give you face. Tong Un and the 10 Baldies have all been captured by us. I'll hand them over to you immediately. I hope you'll be able to get more information that will be beneficial to the righteous path. Wang Ku said solemnly. Mo Sanshan stared blankly at Wang Ku for a moment. Wang Ku was so straightforward this time? Why do I feel so uneasy? All right, many thanks. Mo Sanshan immediately agreed. Although he felt like Wang Ku was digging a hole for him, he didn't have time to hesitate. He had to come over first. However, I have a small favor to ask of you. It's really just a small favor. Wang Ku said immediately. Oh. Mo Sanshan's eyes narrowed. That's more like it. From the information I gathered, you're not the type to suffer losses. If you don't ask for anything, I won't be at ease. It's like this. Do you know about me and Zhang Lier? Wang Ku looked at Mo Sanshan. Zhang Lier. Mo Sanshan was stunned. Emo Sanshan looked at the unconscious Golden Crow sect disciples in the corner, not far away. The Golden Crow sect disciples helped you deal with Tong An and his men? They even stood guard outside the door for you? Could it be Zhang Lier's arrangement? Emo Sanshan asked curiously. That's right. Yes, it's a little emotional issue. Wang Ku nodded. Emo Sanshan never expected that Wang Ku and Zhang Lier would have emotional issues. This was unrealistic. You're a Khanate realm cultivator who just entered the sect a year ago. What's Zhang Lier's status? How could you have emotional issues? What emotional issues do you have with Zhang Lier? Emo Sanshan asked curiously. She chased me crazily and said I'm very handsome. Who doesn't know that? But she chased me so crazily that I didn't even have time to breathe. Now I feel like I'm being strangled every day. This pursuit is a little. Do you know what I mean? Wang Ku looked vexed. Emo Sanshan glared at Wang Ku. What did I just hear? Zhang Lier chased you crazily? How many times has she seen you? Zhang Jingdao also had a look of disbelief, but he didn't have any evidence. Damn, listening to your narcissistic bragging makes me want to wash my ears. Otherwise they'll rot. Wang Ku, you have to take responsibility for what you say. You can't speak carelessly. Emo Sanshan said with a strange expression. How am I speaking carelessly? Ask Zhang Jingdao if that's the case. Zhang Lier led a group of junior brothers and chased me all the way here. Isn't it all because she wants to win my heart back? But I already have a girlfriend. How can a loyal person like me be tempted again? Do you know how hard it was for me to come here? Wang Ku said anxiously. Don't worry. Take your time. Emo Sanshan advised Wang Ku. It's the same if you take your time. Look, a group of Golden Crow sect disciples are blocking my way tonight. They're not going to let me leave. They want me to wait for Zhang Lier to explain everything to me in the morning. You know how soft-hearted I am. If she comes, what if she cries and throws a tantrum? I can't let my girlfriend down, but I can't bear to see a woman cry. It's so hard. Wang Ku complained. Emo Sanshan. Not long ago, when the Shenhuang Company opened for business, everyone left except for Zhang Lier. She waited for me outside the mountain gate for 2 days and 2 nights, wanting to see me. Tell me, under those circumstances, could I have gone to see her? Giving her any hope would have been harming her. That's why I didn't show up. I wanted to give her despair. That would be good for both of us. It would also make it easier for her to walk out of this relationship. But who knew that she would become even worse? Wang Ku complained. Emo Sanshan. Not long ago, not long after the Shenhuang Company opened for business, Zhang Lier suddenly went crazy. She stared at Murong Luguang for a while, then shouted for Wang Ku. She even waited outside the mountain gate for 2 days and 2 nights before Chen Tianyuan persuaded her to leave. At that time, Emo Sanshan didn't know the situation. Now that he heard Wang Ku say it, could it be that Zhang Lier was really chasing Wang Ku? That made sense. Before the Shenhuang Company opened for business, Murong Luguang tried his best to please Zhang Lier, but to no avail. Zhang Lier was all smiles when she saw Wang Ku. She even asked her own brother to lead the Golden Crow sect disciples to be the security guards of the Shenhuang building. If she didn't like him very much, why would she make such a compromise? Zhang Lier even attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony. At that time, Zhang Lier represented the Golden Crow sect. For Wang Ku, she would rather pull the Golden Crow sect over to support Wang Ku? Didn't all this mean that Zhang Lier was chasing Wang Ku? Had the world changed? Had it become a woman chasing a man? Or was it a peerless beauty at the peak of the Golden Core realm chasing after this good-for-nothing gigolo? Bah, calling him a gigolo was already praising him. F***ck, why didn't I encounter such a good thing back then? Most importantly, Wang Ku, this bastard, was looking at him with disdain? Hallmaster Emo, now you know how difficult it is for me, right? I've already rejected her, but she's still not giving up. So, I'd like to ask you to be a middleman for me. Can you persuade her? Wang Ke looked at Emo Sanshan expectantly. Emo Sanshan, I'd like to ask you to help me persuade Zhang Lier. Help me tell her that I, Wang Ku, am actually useless apart from my handsome appearance. Ask her to forget about me. Wang Ku pleaded. Emo Sanshan. Zhang Jingdao covered his mouth and vomited. He couldn't bear to listen to this anymore. This was too shameless. Chapter 129. Throughout the entire conversation, Emo Sanshan was in a daze. What did I just hear? Why did Wang Ku's words make me want to beat him up? Why can't I control my fists? I can't wait to punch Wang Ku. Hall Master Emo, you want Tong Nen and this group of demons, but I didn't even ask for a single cent. We're colleagues, just help me pass on a message to Zhang Lier. You won't refuse such a small matter, right? Wang Ku asked. Emo Sanshan. Hall Master Emo. This isn't too difficult for you, right? Wang Ku asked again. Emo Sanshan's face twitched. It's not difficult, but why don't you say it yourself? I already told you that I can't bear to see a woman cry. If she cries, my heart will soften. I can only rely on you. Wang Ke said anxiously. Emo Sanshan was silent for a while. All right. Thank you so much. Hall Master Emo, I've misunderstood you in the past. I didn't expect you to be such an easygoing person. Wang Ke sighed. Emo Sanshan was silent for a while. Zhang Jingdao, what are you waiting for? Go, bring Tong Nen and his group out and hand them over to Hall Master Emo. Wang Ke shouted at Zhang Jingdao. Now that there was no danger, Wang Ke didn't want Zhang Jingdao to stay by his side. When Zhang Jingdao heard Wang Ke's shameless words, he wanted to vomit. What the F***ck, he wanted him to leave. That's great. Alright, wait here. Zhang Jingdao ran into the bedroom as if he had been granted amnesty. Hall Master Emo, now that we've talked things out, can you let my subordinates wake up first? Oh right, let the Golden Crow sect disciples sleep for a while, lest they wake up and cause a ruckus. Wang Ke said. Sure. Emo Sanshan nodded. He waved his hand. Who? Like a gust of wind blowing around the tea-house, many of Wang Ke's subordinates who were standing guard and sleeping suddenly woke up. At the same time, soon, the manager of Gongyi Tea House arrived at Wang Ke's courtyard. Patriarch? This is? The shopkeeper asked worriedly. We can't stay in Gongyi Tea House anymore. Inform everyone to leave before dawn. Wang Ke ordered. Yes. The shopkeeper replied respectfully. I've already taught you how to recruit Xiantian realm cultivators and sell insurance. Continue with Vermilion Immortal Town. Those Xiantian realm cultivators who are hesitating all know you. Just deal with them. Wang Ke instructed. Yes. The shopkeeper replied respectfully. Go. Wang Ke waved his hand. The shopkeeper tacitly retreated. Emo Sanshan, on the other hand, looked surprised. Sigh, Hall Master Emo, you know that once a woman makes a fuss, she'll definitely be implicated. You're in the nascent soul realm, so you can leave immediately. If my subordinates stay here, they'll be in trouble. Let them lie low for a while. I can't let them suffer from the trouble I caused, right? Wang Ke explained with a smile. You've thought it through. Emo Sanshan said in a low voice. It's just some life experience. It's nothing. Come, sit down. Let's chat for a while. Wang Ke said with a smile. A few staff members moved tables and chairs for Wang Ke and Emo Sanshan. Emo Sanshan sat down with a strange expression. Then, he saw an incomparably strange scene. He saw the staff members of Gongyi Tea House moving. The speed of moving was astonishing. One person moved a bed, another carried a pot, and another person ran to the toilet to pack up all the toilet paper. Wang Ke and Emo Sanshan chatted casually. The Gongyi Tea House was quickly emptied. It was really emptied. Emo Sanshan scanned the rooms with his consciousness. Only the load-bearing walls were left. Your subordinates are really. Mo Sanshan's face twitched. I've taught them to be thrifty since they were young. You don't have to praise them, Wang Ku said with a smile. Mo Sanshan's expression was strange. Which eye of yours saw me praising them for being thrifty? I'm just looking down on their stinginess. Hall Master Mo, I've brought them all. Take a look. Zhang Jingdao brought Tong En and the others out of the room. Tong En and the 10 bald men were all unconscious. Their bodies were charred black, and their heads were red and swollen. They? Mo Sanshan was puzzled. This was a group of Golden Core Realm cultivators. What had happened to 11 of them? How did they become so miserable? Oh, they're fine. They might have a concussion. They'll be fine after some rest. Don't worry, they're still alive. Do you want me to tie them up for you? Wang Ku asked curiously. Mo Sanshan, what are you waiting for? Tie them up for Hall Master Mo. Hall Master Mo can take them with you when you're done, Wang Ku urged. Zhang Jingdao rolled his eyes. Damn it. Why do I have to do it? That being said, Zhang Jingdao still went to tie up Tong Ainen and the others. At this moment, Wang Ku's subordinates had completely moved out of the Gongyi tea house. The Gongyi tea house was empty. Other than the unconscious Golden Crow sect disciples and the red-crowned cranes, only Wang Ku, Zhang Jingdao, and Mo Sanshan were left. Hall Master Mo, Zhang Lier will be here in the morning. I'll have to trouble you to persuade her. Zhang Jingdao and I will take our leave first. Wang Ku stood up and bowed. Where are you going? Mo Sanshan frowned. Back to the Heavenly Wolf sect, of course. I'll leave this place to you, Wang Ku said solemnly. Goodbye, Hall Master Mo. Zhang Jingdao bowed as well. Mo Sanshan frowned as he looked at the two of them. In the end, he nodded. Let's go. Wang Ku pulled Zhang Jingdao and dashed out of the Gongyi tea house. After a while, Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao disappeared from the streets of Vermilion Immortal Town. Mo Sanshan sat at the only table and chair left. He frowned as he sipped his tea. Why do I feel like something's wrong? Why? Mo Sanshan sipped his tea, unable to understand. Mo Sanshan turned to look at Tong En and his men, who were tied up like dumplings on the ground, and felt relieved. Isn't it just passing on a message? It's very simple. Taking back Tong Ainen's group without any effort is exactly what I wanted. Mo Sanshan drank his tea and waited for the dawn to come. Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao soon left Vermilion Immortal Town. Wang Ku, do you think something will happen? Zhang Jingdao asked worriedly. What will happen? My men have already left. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Ku said directly. But will Zhang Lier listen to Mo Sanshan's explanation? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. What does that have to do with me? Wang Ku glared at him. Zhang Jingdao's expression froze. Damn it, you've already pushed the blame to Mo Sanshan. Of course, nothing will happen to you. That's right. I asked you to bring Tong En and the others out to Mo Sanshan. What about Zhang Xinshu? Wang Ku asked curiously. Zhang Xinshu? You didn't ask me to do that. He's still sleeping in the secret room. Zhang Jingdao said. He's still sleeping? Forget it. He'll leave when he wakes up. Wang Ku said nonchalantly. Are we really going back to the Heavenly Wolf sect now? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. Who said so? Wang Ku asked curiously. Didn't you tell Mo Sanshan earlier? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. That old man is up to no good. How can I go back to the Heavenly Wolf sect? What if he can't handle Zhang Lier and goes back to the Heavenly Wolf sect? I'm not going back before Master returns. Wang Ku said directly. You're not going back? Then where are you going? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. I see. Other than Zhuxian Town, there are other towns that want to recruit innate realm cultivators and sell insurance. I've already told them. Do you want to go to the other towns to sell insurance? You can also earn some money. Wang Ku advised Zhang Jingdao. Career in the left hand and family in the right hand? Persuade people to buy insurance to go to war? If I go to the other towns, what about you? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. Me? I'm going to Qingjing to take a look. I heard that big cousin's side isn't going well. I'll go and guide him. When you're done recruiting people, meet me in Qingjing. Wang Ku advised. I'm not going to sell insurance. I'm going to Qingjing with you. Zhang Jingdao shook his head. Why? Wang Ku was puzzled. I feel like I can earn more money if I stay by your side. Zhang Jingdao said straightforwardly. What the f***ck? Do I look like the god of fortune to you? Wang Ku asked curiously. You're the stingiest god of fortune. Damn it, it's not easy to get money from you. But you eat the meat and I'll drink the soup, okay? Zhang Jingdao advised. Alright, soup is fine. But you have to do something to get the soup. Let's go. Wang Ku said nonchalantly. The two of them went straight to the mortal district. What the two of them did not know was that an uninvited guest had sneaked into the secret room of Gongyi Tea House. Above, Mo Sanshan was drinking tea. He did not pay attention to what was happening below. He did not know that Nye Tianbao was not knocked out by him. Instead, he had followed the tunnel to the secret room of Gongyi Tea House. He did not dare to alert the enemy. He only wanted to take advantage of the situation. When he saw the unconscious Zhang Shenxiu, he was overjoyed. He carried the unconscious Zhang Shenxiu and escaped through the tunnel. The 150,000 caddies of public funds given by the hall master died a horrible death. He would be punished if he went back. Now that he had found Zhang Shenxiu, he might be able to make up for his mistake. After all, Zhang Shenxiu had a high status in the Golden Crow sect. Nye Tianba left Juxian town quietly. The sky was brightening. Mo Sanshan drank a pot of tea. Finally, under the hazy sunlight, a huge red-crowned crane spread its wings and flew towards Juxian town. Crane King, faster, ha ha! I can finally take revenge. Faster! Zhang Lier stood on top of the huge red-crowned crane and shouted sorrowfully. Screech! The huge red-crowned crane spread its wings and arrived above Juxian town in an instant. Didn't Zhang Shenxiu say that Wang Ku was trapped? Where are they? Zhang Lier glared at Juxian town. Screech! The huge Crane King let out a long screech, as if it was angry. The Crane King had discovered his unconscious subordinates and the disciples of the Golden Crow sect. Crane King's reaction caused Zhang Lier to be on her guard. She grabbed her long saber and followed the Crane King to the sky above Gongyi Tea House. Zhang Lier, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mo Sanshan stood up with a smile. Screech! The Crane King roared angrily at Mo Sanshan. Don't worry, they're just unconscious. I'll wake them up now. Mo Sanshan waved his sleeves. Whoosh! A breeze blew past and the disciples of the Golden Crow sect woke up. Eldest senior sister. The disciples of the Golden Crow sect shouted. Eldest senior sister, we've been hit. We've been knocked unconscious. Eldest senior sister, Wang Ku was in that room earlier. Senior brother Shenxiu went in. Eldest senior sister, someone ambushed us. The disciples of the Golden Crow sect looked at Mo Sanshan cautiously. Don't worry, don't worry. I just want to be a peacemaker. Zhang Lier, don't worry, listen to me. Mo Sanshan said. However, Zhang Lier was not willing to listen. Mo Sanshan? Why are you interfering in my affairs? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're in the nascent soul realm. Let me ask you, where's Wang Ku? Zhang Lier glared at Mo Sanshan. Mo Sanshan looked at Zhang Lier with a look of pity. Zhang Lier, I don't understand. What's so good about Wang Ku? Why are you so fixated on him? Mo Sanshan advised. Who's fixated on him? Good? Good my ass. I'm going to kill him. Zhang Lier glared. However, in Mo Sanshan's ears, these words sounded like flirting. Wang Ku has already left. Before he left, He asked me to pass a message to you. Mo Sanshan took a deep breath. Left? It's you. You knocked out my junior brother and let Wang Ke go? Zhang Lier was flustered and exasperated. Damn, it wasn't easy to stop Wang Ke, but in the end Mo Sanshan let him go? There wasn't a single good person in the Heavenly Wolf sect. I was the one who let him go. And Zhang Jingdao. I told them to leave first. Mo Sanshan nodded. Zhang Lier gripped her long saber and looked at Mo Sanshan with hatred. Eldest senior sister, senior brother Shinshu entered the bedroom and never came out. We still can't find him. A junior brother who had searched the Gongyi tea house said. Where's my brother? Zhang Lier asked in a deep voice. Your brother? I didn't see him. Mo Sanshan shook his head. You just said that Wang Ke and Zhang Jingdao left? They didn't take my brother away? Zhang Lier asked in a deep voice. No, the two of them left. Also, the people in the Gongyi tea house were also dismissed by Wang Ke. I was the only one who stayed. Wang Ke asked me to persuade you. Mo Sanshan shook his head. Eldest senior sister, we were ambushed by him, and all of us fell into a coma. We don't know what happened after that. A junior brother said anxiously. Zhang Lier's face turned ugly. Wang Ke asked me to tell you not to be infatuated with his. Sigh, I really can't say it. Wang Ke said not to be infatuated with his handsome appearance. He told you to forget him. Mo Sanshan advised. Zhang Lier was stunned. What did he mean? The junior brothers didn't understand either. Handsome appearance? With Wang Ke's appearance? This Mo Sanshan was also a senior expert. Why was he speaking so indecently? What are you talking about? I don't understand. I want to see my brother and Wang Ke now. Zhang Lier said in a deep voice. I didn't see your brother. However, I believe Wang Ke's words. Sigh. Zhang Lier, why are you interested in Wang Ke? Murong Guang is pursuing you, but you can't see it. What's so good about Wang Ke? Mo Sanshan advised. What did you say? Pursue? Who? Who's pursuing who? Zhang Lier stared at him blankly. You're pursuing Wang Ke crazily. You even said that he's handsome. Mo Sanshan recalled Wang Ke's words. The backyard of the Gongyi tea house suddenly fell into silence. After a while, Zhang Lier was enraged. Mo Sanshan, you old bastard. You think I'm easy to bully just because I'm in the Golden Core realm? Old bastard. Come on, humiliate my Golden Crow sect. I'll fight it out with you. Zhang Lier roared. Form the formation. The Golden Crow sect disciples roared. Screech. The Crane King roared. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't finished speaking. Zhang Lier, don't be rash. The Heavenly Wolf sect and Golden Crow sect are allies. If we fight, we'll become the laughing stock of the world. Mo Sanshan exclaimed. Boom! Zhang Lier's fiery temper instantly flared up. Many buildings in the Gongyi tea house were instantly engulfed in flames. Zhang Lier was truly enraged. Mo Sanshan felt wronged. If I didn't expose my identity, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson. But if I did, I'd be bullying the weak. If news of this reached the Golden Crow sect, those lunatics would rush to the Heavenly Wolf sect and cause trouble for me. Wait. Mo Sanshan advised gloomily. Boom! The raging flames attracted the shocked gazes of countless residents of Vermilion Immortal Town. Meanwhile, in a forest far away from Vermilion Immortal Town, Wang Ke and Zhang Jingdao also looked at the flames in Vermilion Immortal Town. Wang Ke, did Zhang Lier come to Vermilion Immortal Town? She's fighting with Mo Sanshan? Zhang Jingdao said in shock. Wang Ke's expression turned ugly. Mo Sanshan is too much. He's not young anymore. I only asked him to pass on a message. Why are they fighting? A nascent soul realm cultivator bullying a group of Golden Core realm cultivators? Bah, old bastard. Shameless. Zhang Jingdao looked at Wang Ke strangely. Wasn't Mo Sanshan fighting because of you? Who's the shameless one here? Chapter 130. Divine Dragon Island. Zhu Hongyi's Palace. Zhu Hongyi sat in front of the table, focused on forging something with his dermic flames. Zhu Yan stood respectfully in front of him. Granduncle, is this the nascent soul true fire? I heard that not all nascent soul realm cultivators can do it. Are you forging some extraordinary Dharma treasure by using the nascent soul true fire? Zhu Yan asked expectantly. No. Qing Er's jewelry is a little old. It's her birthday soon, so I'm forging a new jewelry for her. Zhu Hongyi looked at the flame-forged jewelry in front of him attentively. Zhu Yan's face stiffened. Nascent soul true fire could be used to forge a flying sword. You're just forging a piece of jewelry? Granduncle really has deep feelings for Grand Aunt Nya. Zhu Yan had a strange expression. I'm your grandnephew. If you have the time, you can forge a flying sword for me. Sigh. Why are you here today? Zhu Hongyi asked without raising his head. It's like this. The last time the third hall master came to Divine Dragon Island, he gave me some high-quality true essence blood, which allowed me to successfully advance to the Golden Core Realm. Zhu Yan said excitedly. The Golden Core Realm. Not only did his strength increase greatly, but his lifespan also increased tremendously. Golden Core Realm? Yes, you were just one step away. It's normal that the true essence blood allowed you to break through. The third hall master? He must be planning something from me by giving you benefits. Zhu Hongyi said calmly. Granduncle, then, you're the fourth hall master of the demonic sect. Who's stronger between you and the third hall master? Zhu Yan asked curiously. The third hall master, Amethyst? I've never fought with him. The ranking of the 4 hall masters is based on who joined the demonic sect. I'm not sure about the first hall master, but the third hall master, Amethyst? He may not be my match. Of course, if he has any trump cards, then I'm not sure. Zhu Hongyi said calmly. Hall Master Amethyst, you gave me high-quality true essence blood in the past. Now you're asking me for a favor. Let me ask Granduncle for instructions. Zhu Yan said respectfully. Although Zhu Hongyi was not cut out to be an emperor, he was still clear on this matter. His greatest reliance was Zhu Hongyi. No matter how great the temptation from others was, it was all fake. Oh! Zhu Hongyi looked at his grandnephew in confusion. My great Qing dynasty has become a demon because of me. It had already collapsed. In the land of Daqing, heroes rose together. Hall Master Z has a grandnephew who is a warlord. In the past, he was a duke guarding duke under my command. Now, he wants to dominate the world, and he wants me to make things easy for him. Zhu Yan explained. You? Haven't you already lost your country? What kind of convenience do you have? Zhu Hongyi frowned. Warlord Z is one of the most powerful warlords. His greatest enemy is a warlord with the surname Wang, who used to be a general under my command. Now, he has taken over Qingjing Fortress. Zhu Yan explained. Although the land of the great Qing dynasty is in chaos, Qingjing is still the capital of the past. There are still many former officials living there. Amethyst wants me to return to Qingjing and persuade those former officials to side with Warlord Z. Zhu Yan said respectfully. Zhu Hongyi sneered. He wants you to help him deal with Warlord Wang in Qingjing, right? Zhu Yan nodded. If possible, he also wants me to kill Warlord Wang. Why doesn't he go himself? Why does he want you to go instead? Zhu Hongyi sneered. He said that he is worried that things will blow up. Zhu Yan said. Blow up? Let me tell you, not only Warlord Wang in Qingjing, but all the warlords in the land of the great Qing dynasty are surrounded by a group of diabolism and orthodox Tao disciples. They are watching each other's immortal sects. Whoever dares to interfere will definitely be attacked. This is a war between humans. The immortal sects are not allowed to interfere. Zhu Hongyi said in a low voice. Then, it's easy for you to go, but once you take action, you will be hunted down by the orthodox Tao. You are a celebrity now. You joined the diabolism as the king of Great Qing. The orthodox Tao will have a deep impression of you. Zhu Hongyi sneered. Then, Zhu Yan's expression changed. Once I am exposed in Qingjing, I will be hunted down? That's why I said that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Amethyst helped you break through to the Golden Core realm because she wanted you to be her cannon fodder. Zhu Hongyi said calmly. Then what should I do? Granduncle, I have already promised Amethyst. Zhu Yan's face was bitter. Zhu Hongyi looked at his grandnephew coldly. Back then, before he gave me the high-quality vital essence blood, he told me that he would help me break through to the Golden Core realm in exchange for me to promise him one thing. I agreed immediately because I wanted to break through so badly. Zhu Yan said anxiously. Amethyst? You sure know how to play tricks. Zhu Hongyi said in a low voice. Granduncle, can I just ignore him? Zhu Yan looked at Zhu Hongyi expectantly. You're going to take the benefits and go back on your word? Zhu Hongyi smiled at his grandnephew. Yes, he can't do anything to me anyway. Zhu Yan said expectantly. Amethyst, he is very difficult to deal with. You're going to take the benefits and go back on your word? He can make you spit it all out and pay a heavy price. Do you believe me? Zhu Hongyi shook his head. But, I can't just throw my life away like that. Zhu Yan said anxiously. Now you know how to be anxious? Zhu Hongyi said coldly. Granduncle, I was wrong. I will never take benefits from others again. Zhu Yan said anxiously. Zhu Hongyi took a deep breath. Amethyst? He asked you to deal with that warlord Wang. What a good plan. He's not targeting you, he's trying to drag me down. Zhu Yan was stunned. In Qingjing, the disciples of the demon sect, who are in charge of monitoring the righteous faction, are all my subordinates. Zhu Hongyi narrowed his eyes. Zhu Yan was stunned. Go to Qingjing. It's fine. But you don't have to do anything. Just go through the motions. Didn't Amethyst ask you to instigate the former officials? Go to a few of them and go through the motions. If they're willing, then so be it. If they're not, then so be it. Anyway, you've already done your best. It's just that you didn't do it well. You don't have to agree to anything else. Zhu Hongyi said in a low voice. Yes, but what if? Zhu Yan said worriedly. I'll give you a token. All the disciples of the demon sect in Qingjing will know what I mean. If the righteous faction disciples surround and kill you, they will stand up for you. Zhu Hongyi said in a low voice. Yes, thank you, Granduncle. Zhu Yan said gratefully. Zhu Hongyi tossed a token to Zhu Yan, and Zhu Yan immediately left joyfully. They boarded the miasma sea ship and set off for Qingjing. Outside Zhu Xian town, in a valley, Emo Sanction's hair was a little messy and the corners of his clothes were charred. He glared hatefully at Tong Nen and a group of baldies that he had brought with him. He turned to look in the direction of Zhu Xian town and felt an inexplicable sense of resentment. He thought that he was just passing on a message. Who knew that Zhang Lier would go crazy and attack him? And the Golden Crow sect's mascot, the Crane King. Damn it. It was easy for him to deal with them, but he could not do it in front of so many people. Zhang Lier was the treasure of the Golden Crow sect. If he really bullied her and hit Zhang Lier, Emo Sanshan could guarantee that all the elders of the Golden Crow sect would come out and challenge him to a duel. By then, he would not be able to leave as easily as he did now. Wang Ku, you bastard. What kind of emotional debt did you get yourself into? You just ran away and left me behind to take the blame for you? See how I'll deal with you when I return to the sect. Emo Sanshan said hatefully. Wang Ku said that he had returned to the Heavenly Wolf sect, so he could only go back and settle the score with Wang Ku. He lowered his head and looked at Tong Nen and the 10 baldies. According to the intelligence, Tong Anen is quite cautious in doing things. He rarely makes mistakes and is deeply trusted by the Sorcerer Church's churchmaster. Damn it, what the hell is this? Wang Ku is only at the Khanate realm. Why do you always fall for him? Mo Sanshan looked hatefully at Tong Anen and the rest, who were tied up like dumplings in front of him. Using Tong Anen and the rest as bait? Will I be able to catch a big fish again? What a headache. Sigh. You've already been caught by Wang Ku 3 times. My head is buzzing every time I hear that you've met with Wang Ku. Mo Sanshan rubbed his head. After watching silently for a while, Mo Sanshan let out a long sigh. Fine, I'll give you one more chance. Mo Sanshan cast a special secret technique on them and disappeared into the forest alone. After an unknown period of time, Tong Anen and the rest slowly regained consciousness. Ouch, my head hurts. My head feels swollen. Am I dead? The group slowly regained consciousness. Tong Anen also opened his eyes with a headache. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw birds chirping in the trees. I'm still alive? Could it be that I was just dreaming? Tong Anen was stunned. Altar Master, we're still alive. We weren't killed by Wang Ku's stone. A Baldy said excitedly. I'm not dead. Haha, I'm not dead. Another Baldy said excitedly. Tong Anen turned his head and looked at the group. When he saw them, Tong Anen's face twitched. That was because all the Baldies had swollen heads. What a sin. 10 Baldies? The bindings on their bodies were nothing. They came undone with just a struggle. Altar Master, I'm so scared. I thought I was done for. Me too. That electric current was too scary. The most despicable one is Wang Ku. He wanted to knock us out, but the electric current didn't make us faint. We're better off dead than alive. Let's not find trouble with Wang Ku anymore, okay? The group of Baldies was traumatized by their previous encounter. They were terrified. Tong Anen's face twitched. If he didn't teach Wang Ku a lesson, he wouldn't be able to answer to Hall Master Z. He had even lost his lightning god whip. We still have to deal with Wang Ku. However, Wang Ku is too cunning. We're not enough. Tong Anen said solemnly. What should we do then? The Baldies asked anxiously. Let's report this to Hall Master Z first. Then we'll ask him for help. Tong Anen said after a moment of silence. Okay. The Baldies exclaimed in surprise. Where is Hall Master Z now? A Baldy asked. I'm not sure, but I know that Hall Master Z will definitely go to Qingjing in the Mortal District soon. Let's recuperate for a while, and then go to Qingjing to look for Hall Master Z? Tong Anen looked at the group. Okay. We'll listen to you. The Baldies replied immediately. Our clothes are all ruined and we're all injured. Who has money? Let's go buy some clothes and pills? Tong Anen looked at the group. The group rummaged through their pockets. They were all empty. Tong Anen. Mortal District, Qingjing. Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao finally arrived at the gates of Qingjing after a long journey. When the two of them arrived, it seemed that a huge battle had just taken place. There were some corpses of the enemy troops lying outside the city moat. It was as if they were trying to intimidate the enemy troop. At the city gate, there were Qingjing guards guarding the people entering and exiting. When Wang Ku arrived, the guards were about to interrogate him when one of the guards rushed forward. Master, the people below don't know any better. Please follow me, the commander said in a panic. If the master of the family was interrogated in front of his house, he would be in big trouble. It's okay. It's good that he's serious and responsible. I don't blame him. Wang Ku shook his head. The guards at the city gate were surprised. The commander's status was not ordinary. When he met the general, he would stand up straight. However, in front of this person, he was so humble. The corpses outside the city are from the enemy troops? Wang Ku asked in a deep voice. Yes. During this period of time, there were a few warlords who wanted to try their luck at Qingjing and attack the city. In the end, they were defeated by our men. They escaped without even collecting their corpses. We left them there to intimidate the other warlords, the commander said with a smile. Get someone to bury these corpses, Wang Ke said in a deep voice. Yes, the commander said respectfully. A guard at the side said anxiously, Commander, the general said that the corpses are not to be touched. Cut the crap. I will take responsibility if anything happens. Go. The commander scolded. The guards immediately felt depressed. However, they still did as they were told. The commander did not care about what his men said. He had to listen to the general, but the general also had to listen to the master of the family in front of him. In a short while, the Wang family in the city had received the news. Soon, a group of Wang family disciples rushed to the city gate. Even Big Cousin was the first to welcome them. Master! Big Cousin walked forward excitedly. Master! The group of Wang family disciples greeted him respectfully. Wang Ku, you're quite popular. Zhang Jingdao, who was at the side, said in surprise. Nonsense, they are all eating with me. If I am not popular, who is? Wang Ku rolled his eyes. Turning his head, Wang Ku instructed Big Cousin and the rest. Remember, the corpses are not allowed to be left out for long periods of time. Even if they are enemy corpses, they have to be buried quickly. After a long time, the corpses will rot and easily form a plague. Didn't I teach you before? Yes, Big Cousin said respectfully. The group of Wang family disciples also agreed immediately. No one dared to refute. Even if they had their own opinions, they did not dare to refute. Follow the plague disinfection method that I taught you before and do the disinfection work well. Don't make me teach you again. I am very busy, Wang Ke said in a deep voice. Yes. The group of Wang family disciples replied respectfully. Under the group of Wang family disciples, Wang Ku and his group stepped into Qingjing. At the city gate, a few guards who did not know what was going on rubbed their eyes and even slapped their mouths. F***ck, am I dreaming? A group of big shots in the Wang family army is bowing to a stranger? This should not be. During this period of time, they did not even act like this when facing the exalted immortals. Chapter 131. In the palace of Qingjing, Wang Ku walked in front, surrounded by a group of Wang family disciples. Eldest cousin was at the front. Master, the situation now is very serious. Although we were the first to react and hoarded the most money and food, we still have to divide and conquer. The various warlords have also contacted the ancestors of the immortal sections. With the support of the immortal sects, they are growing very quickly. Eldest cousin said worriedly. With money and food in hand, what are you afraid of? As for the people behind them, aren't I your backer too? The immortal sects can't participate in the war between the mortals. The disciples of the immortal sects can't interfere with the war. What are you afraid of? More than the Khanate realm generals? Don't worry. Soon, large batches of Khanate realm generals will be recruited from the various immortal towns. Who can beat me in terms of influence in the various immortal towns? Wang Ke said confidently. Yes. It's all thanks to you. Eldest cousin said respectfully. What's the situation in Qingjing? Wang Ku asked in a low voice. In Qingjing, we have restricted the military. According to your request, they are not to harm the civilians. We are not targeting the original families and officials in Qingjing. However, during the war, no one is allowed to gather and no one is allowed to leave the city to report. We just have to maintain isolation. Eldest cousin explained. Wang Ku nodded. Oh yes, master. Some of the warlords have already started to call themselves kings and have their own country titles. What country title should we use for the Wang family army? Please make a decision. Eldest cousin said in anticipation. Country title? Wang Ku looked at eldest cousin and the rest with a strange expression. You haven't achieved anything yet and you are already thinking about a country title? Yes. The group of Wang family disciples said excitedly. Don't worry, let me think. Let's talk about our situation first. Wang Ke said in a low voice. Now, other than Qing Jing, the Wang family also controls 12 cities. Among the warlords, we are one of the most powerful ones. Eldest cousin said excitedly. What about the disciples of the immortal sex? Wang Ke asked. Ah. Eldest cousin was stunned. What I'm saying is that the Wang clan should declare independence. What are the attitudes of the disciples of the various sects stationed in the mortal district? Wang Ke asked. We don't know. That's because they don't care about the battle in the mortal region. They only care about whether or not the righteous path or demonic path disciples interfere. Eldest cousin said. Ridiculous. Things had already come to this point. Why didn't they settle their relationship with the immortal sex first? What the f*ck, if this group of uncles is unhappy, I'll cut your head off at any time. You actually don't care? Dozens of years ago, when I was about to take down the great Azure dynasty, didn't the disciples of the immortal sect intervene at the most critical moment? You don't even care? Wang Ke said coldly. We. Eldest cousin and the others lowered their heads. Have you found out the location of the Qing capital? Wang Ke asked in a deep voice. Yes, we know where the disciples of the immortal sects are staying. We didn't dare to disturb them. Eldest cousin said in a low voice. Immediately. Get someone to prepare gifts and visit the disciples of the various immortal sects. If they didn't accept it, they would leave it at their doorstep. They can choose not to accept it, but you can't not give it to them. What the f*ck, this group of people might not help you, but if they drag you down, they can take your lives at any time. Wang Ke said in a deep voice. Yes, we'll do it right away. The group of Wang family disciples immediately said respectfully. Wait. Wang Ke stopped everyone. Turning his head, Wang Ke looked at Zhang Jingdao, who was looking around and picking his nose out of boredom. Wang Ke looked over, and everyone looked over as well. Zhang Jingdao's expression froze. Why are you all looking at me? Can't I pick my nose in this place? Zhang Jingdao, accompany my subordinates to visit the righteous path disciples. Wang Ke said. Why? Zhang Jingdao didn't understand. My men are going to deliver gifts to them. I'm afraid they won't accept it. As an elder of the Heavenly Wolf sect, you have to mediate and make them accept it. Wang Ke explained. Zhang Jingdao's eyes widened. That's strange. You actually have the time to give gifts? Aren't you a miser? Bullshit. This is a political necessity. What do you know? At the same time, chat with them and see if you can buy insurance. These people are stationed in the Mortal District and definitely didn't attend the Xunhuang Company's opening ceremony. They don't know my insurance very well. However, in the Mortal District, there are often battles between the righteous and demonic paths. They need my insurance more. Remember what I taught you. Be warm and generous, and at the same time, maintain your dignity. You're here to give them happiness, not beg them to buy it. Wang Ke explained. Zhang Jingdao was stunned. I understand. The gifts are fake. You want to take their money? Wang Ke rolled his eyes. Why are you still talking nonsense when you know? No, I must increase the commission this time. Zhang Jingdao immediately said anxiously. If you negotiate it by yourself, I'll give you 20% commission. Wang Ke said directly. 20%? When did you become so generous? Zhang Jingdao said in ecstasy. 20%. This was the first time Wang Ke was so generous to him. Go quickly. Wang Ke urged. Okay, ha. Wait for my good news. Righteous disciples? I'll definitely visit them one by one, haha. Zhang Jingdao excitedly left with a few Wang family disciples. However, Wang Ke didn't think much of it. How many rich people could be stationed in the Mortal District? Is second cousin here? Wang Ke asked. Yes, second cousin is already waiting in the courtyard in front. He brought a lot of people. Eldest cousin explained. Wang Ke nodded. Under eldest cousin's lead, they arrived at a huge courtyard in the palace. In this courtyard, the group of Wang family disciples spontaneously retreated and didn't follow them in. Even eldest cousin didn't follow them in. Wang Ku stepped into the courtyard alone. In the courtyard, there were 500 youths kneeling on one knee, looking at Wang Ku with eyes full of worship and excitement. "Greetings, Master," the 500 youths said excitedly. The leader of the group was a little older. His appearance was similar to Lin Fan's cousin, but his expression was very old-fashioned. It was Wang Ku's second cousin. "Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guards greets Master," second cousin said respectfully. "Second cousin, you don't have to be like this. Embroidered Uniform Guards? It was set up when the country was established. Now it's been decades. There's no embroidered uniform guards anymore," Wang Ku said with a smile. "Master, although you don't allow us to address you as such, we have never forgotten our identity. In the Wang family, not only are there disciples with the surname Wang, but there are also countless street beggars that we adopted back then. In these decades, they have long become a part of the Wang family. Although they no longer develop in the mortal district, under the leadership of Master, they have developed even better in the various major immortal towns. Master doesn't care about the embroidered uniform guards anymore, but we all know that everything is given to us by Master. We are all members of the Wang family. We are Master's most loyal subordinates," second cousin said respectfully. "All right, get up." Wang Ku waved his hand. "Yes." Everyone stood up in unison. "Patriarch, these are the most outstanding youths selected from the Wang clan according to your request. Many thanks to Patriarch for the supply of spirit stones over the years. Some of them are cultivation geniuses with extraordinary talent. The most outstanding one is 12 years old and has already reached the Xiantian realm." Second cousin introduced them to the 500 disciples. Wang Ku looked at these youths with satisfaction in his eyes. It was just like the Project Hope that he had donated on Earth. Those poor youths had studied hard and become extremely outstanding. "Good," Wang Ku said with satisfaction. "Don't worry, Master. I have already conducted a background check on these people. They will definitely not betray you," second cousin promised. "Do you know why I asked you to find these outstanding youths?" Wang Ku looked at second cousin. "Yes, Master, it is for the upcoming Longmen convention," second cousin said respectfully. "That's right. They are all good seedlings. It is too wasteful to stay in the mortal world. They should enter the immortal sex," Wang Ku said with a smile. "Master, are you going to extradite these people to the Heavenly Wolf sect?" second cousin asked curiously. Wang Ku shook his head. "No, spread them out and enter all the major immortal sects." "Master, you want to unify all the major immortal sects in the 100,000 mountains? Are you going to start planting spies now?" second cousin said excitedly. Wang Ku looked at Airbao with a strange expression. "When did I say that? Do I look like a schemer?" Wang Ku asked curiously. I don't know." Second cousin shook his head. "Alright, cut the crap. Entering all the major immortal sects will make it easier for us to promote the Xinhuang Company's products. At that time, we will have our own spies in every immortal sect. Won't we make a lot of money?" Wang Ku said expectantly. "Master, I understand. The immortal sects are not that easy to unify. Master, you will arrange for spies to enter all the major immortal sections. We will start from the small ones. How high they can go will depend on their luck. If our group of disciples can become the sect leaders, then we will announce the unification," second cousin said excitedly. Wang Ku was speechless. "Second cousin, why are you suddenly putting yourself in such a situation? Second cousin, are you very obsessed with unifying the world now?" Wang Ku asked curiously. Back then, the embroidered uniform guards were unable to help Master achieve greatness. "I have always felt guilty. All these years, I have been waiting for an opportunity. I firmly believe that under Master's leadership, we will definitely achieve greatness. I am willing to fight for it for the rest of my life. Second cousin said firmly. Wang Ku was speechless. I didn't think so much. I just wanted to make money. Where did you get so much drama from? Second cousin, times are different now. Why do you still think that I want to conquer the world? Wang Ku asked curiously. I have always remembered Master's ambition. Others may not know, but as the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, how can I not know? Moreover, Master has made a grand ambition not long ago. I will definitely do my best to assist Master. Second cousin said respectfully. What grand ambition did I make? Why don't I know about it? Wang Ku was stunned. Master, we all know about eldest cousin's words. I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. I am the most powerful person in the world. I am in charge of my own fate. Who in the world can say such domineering words? Only an overlord who cares about the world can say such words casually. We are proud of you, second cousin said firmly. Wang Ku was stunned. That's what Cao Cao, Cao Suiyan, and Dong Tianbao said. If you want, I have a bunch of them here. Master, you don't have to explain to me. I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, we will bury this in the deepest part of our hearts. Before he became a hegemon, he would definitely not reveal a single bit of himself. We would rather die than reveal Master's ambition. Second cousin said solemnly. We are willing to go through fire and water for Master and achieve greatness. The 500 young people said solemnly. Wang Ku was speechless. Had this bunch of flowers of the Wang family been brainwashed by their Chinibu cousin? Led astray? What greatness! I just want to make money. You are. Master, the Longmen Convention. We will do our best to be accepted as disciples by the various sections. Don't worry. Second cousin said solemnly. Wang Ku had a strange look on his face. All right, up to you. Did you hear what Master said? Master doesn't want to pressure you, but this is the time to repay him. When your parents were little beggars, it was the patriarch who saved your parents. Not only did he save your parents' lives, but he also let them live a decent life and live freely in the various immortal towns. Not everyone is lucky enough to be chosen by Master. Do you understand Master's arrangement this time? Second cousin said in a deep voice. Wang Ku was stunned. Understand what? I just arranged for some salespeople to go out. You sound like a MLM brainwashing. Understood. My parents know that I was chosen by Master for a secret mission. They are so happy. My father said that if I dare to ruin Master's plan, he will break my legs. Yeah, my brothers know that I am going to complete Master's secret mission. They are so jealous of me. I will not disappoint Master. The group of teenagers clenched their fists and said excitedly. Wang Ku! Patriarch, just watch carefully. I will not disappoint you. Second cousin said excitedly. Wang Ku had a strange look on his face. All right. Then we will go to the Longmen Convention, according to what we said. I will leave this place to you. Don't worry, Master. I will do my best. Second cousin said excitedly. Wang Ku nodded and stepped out of the courtyard. Goodbye, Master. The group of teenagers said respectfully. Wang Ku walked out with a strange look on his face. Outside the door, eldest cousin and a group of disciples came up to him. Do you know how second cousin looks like now? Wang Ku asked with a strange look on his face. Second cousin looked like he was on steroids just now. Don't worry, Master. We have never asked about second cousin's mission. Moreover, we have been cooperating with second cousin. Eldest cousin explained. Wang Ku. There are different factions in the Wang family? Forget it. Different factions. Where were we just now? Wang Ku looked at eldest cousin. Master, we were talking about the new dynasty title. You will decide on it. Also, now that the warlords are fighting, we have come up with some battle plans. Master, please decide. Eldest cousin said solemnly. Dynasty title? Why do we need a new dynasty title? Wang Ku asked. Isn't the Great Qing dynasty pretty good? Wang Ku asked in a low voice. Great Qing dynasty? Master, that was Zhu Yan's previous dynasty title. Who would still use the old dynasty title? Eldest cousin asked curiously. Yes, master. Since ancient times, when a dynasty changes, the dynasty title will change. This is a very important symbol. It means that there is a change of dynasty. If we don't change the dynasty title, it will be inappropriate. An elder of the Wang family said curiously. We will use Qing. It will still be the Great Qing dynasty. Haven't you heard of Tian Dai Jiangqi? Okay. You definitely haven't heard of it. Now we will use Wang Dai Zhu Qing. Wang Ku said. Tian Dai Jiangqi. It was the story of Huaxia's spring and autumn warring states period on Wang Ku's earth. At that time, the Qi royal family were all descendants of Jiang Zia, and they all had the surname Jiang. Later, the Tian family got rid of the Jiang royal family and became the monarch. They even used the dynasty title of Qi. In a very short time, they completely stabilized the regime. The Qi kingdom was still the Qi kingdom, but the monarch's surname was Tian and not Jiang. Wang Dai Zhu Qing? Everyone was stunned. That's right. In the Great Qing dynasty, the Zhu Yan royal family were all killed by Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan became a demon again. Then there will be no successor. We will make a gimmick and inherit the Great Qing dynasty. It will be justified. At that time, we will be the legitimate ruler of the Great Qing dynasty. Qing capital will still be the center of the Great Qing dynasty. All the warlords had become traitors and traitors. We will be able to stand on the moral high ground and command the armies of the Great Qing dynasty to help us quell the internal strife. Wang Ku explained. Eldest cousin and the others opened their mouths wide. They could do this? Master, are we too shameless to do this? A Wang family disciple said with a strange expression. Shut up. You dare to question the master's words? Go to third granduncle to receive your punishment. A Wang family disciple scolded. Instantly, Wang Ku set the tone of the Wang family army's battle. Chapter 132. In an ordinary courtyard in Qinjing. The sound of mahjong tiles clattering could be heard from the courtyard. Zhu Yan's face twitched as he stood outside the courtyard. What the hell? You're ignoring me after seeing my granduncle's token? You even told me not to wander around and be careful. That's it? What are you guys doing? Granduncle sent you to Qinjing to keep an eye on things and all you do is play mahjong? Can't you be more ambitious? Damn it. Zhu Yan was frustrated. Zhu Yan was very careful when he came to Qinjing as he was afraid that he would be targeted by the orthodox disciples. Hence, he asked the disciples of the demonic sect to be his guards. However, the disciples of the demonic sect were too engrossed in mahjong to agree. In the end, Zhu Yan had to go out on his own. I've received benefits from clan leader Amethyst, so I have to help him. Sigh. What's the use of persuading these officials to side with Amethyst's grandnephew? These officials are all useless now and have no power at all. It's useless even if they side with him. Zhu Yan shook his head. Although he felt that it was useless, Zhu Yan still chose to go to an official's residence. However, during the chaos of war, there were many soldiers patrolling the street. Zhu Yan did not want to expose his identity. If the orthodox disciples knew that he was in Qinjing, he would be doomed. Wearing a black robe, Zhu Yan scurried around the city and arrived at an official's residence. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue? Old man, you were the most loyal to me in the past and did a lot of dirty work for me. Now that you've been stripped of your power, many of your sons and nephews are officials outside of Qinjing. They have a lot of troops and resources. If you agree to help Amethyst's grandnephew, your sons and nephews will definitely listen to you. I'll start with you. Zhu Yan's eyes flashed with determination. Zhu Yan jumped over the outer wall of the assistant minister's residence and entered the courtyard. He thought that the assistant minister's residence would be sad and desolate. However, Zhu Yan saw that it was bustling with activity. Hurry, hurry! The general is going to use master again. Bring master's official robe. Hurry! Prepare the horse, hurry! Master is going to the palace. Master is going back to his original position. Cries rang out in the courtyard, causing Zhu Yan's face to twitch. Back then, the great general and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue were sworn enemies. How could you return the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue to his original post? That's impossible. Zhu Yan was puzzled. He silently snuck into the residence and quickly found the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, a white-haired old man. The servants in the mansion were extremely excited, but the old man's expression was calm as he was helped to put on his clothes by his subordinates. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhu Yan said in a deep voice. The old man raised his eyebrows and turned his head in surprise. He saw a black-robed man standing at the door. Who are you? How dare you barge into our residence? Men, there's an assassin. Shut up! The old man shouted. Master! Everyone looked at the old man strangely. All of you, get out. Guard the perimeter of the house and don't let anyone near. The old man said in a deep voice. Ah, yes. The group of servants retreated one after another. Scarlet Ape walked into the hall and took the main seat. The old man bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue? What's wrong with you? I've only left Qingjing for less than a year, and you've already joined someone else? Scarlet Ape sneered. The old man smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, why are you possessed? When the late king was still alive, I was indebted to him, and I swore to be loyal to the Daqing dynasty forever. But, Your Majesty, why are you possessed? All right, cut the crap. Let me ask you, are you going to be loyal to that bastard General Wang? Scarlet Ape asked in a deep voice. The old man shook his head. Although the general occupied Qingjing at the first moment, he stabilized the situation and prevented internal strife in Qingjing. He did not let the people down. He did not oppress us at all. I was born to be Daqing's man, and I'll be Daqing's ghost when I die. Of course, I'm not loyal to him. Not loyal to him? That's good. Scarlet Ape said in a deep voice. But that's not the case for others. Your Majesty, do you know that the general who occupied Qingjing is surnamed Wang? The old man asked. Nonsense, I was the one who promoted him, so why wouldn't I know? Scarlet Ape said in a deep voice. No, I'm talking about Wang. Wang Ku's Wang. The old man said in a deep voice. Scarlet Ape's expression changed. You're saying that the general is Wang Ku's subordinate? That's impossible. I used to think that it was impossible too, but look, Your Majesty. The old man took out an invitation. Banquet of 1,000 old men? Scarlet Ape said in shock. Today, the general is holding a banquet in the palace, and he has invited us, as well as many old officials who have retired, to attend the banquet. Look at the signature. Who else is there besides the general? The old man said. Wang Ku. Wang Ku. That bastard. He had someone lurk around me for so many years, bastard. Scarlet Ape was furious. The people in the residence think that I've been reappointed, but I feel that this banquet of 1,000 old men is not as simple as it seems. Other than us, many old officials who were dismissed by you were forced to attend the banquet. I don't know what they're up to. The old man smiled bitterly. I'll go with you, Scarlet Ape said in a deep voice. Scarlet Ape's heart was filled with hatred for Wang Ku. He wanted to see if there was a chance to kill Wang Ku today. All right. The old man nodded. Listen up, I hate Wang Ku the most. You're not allowed to be loyal to Wang Ku's family. When the time comes, I'll appoint a warlord for you. Although I can't be Wang anymore, I won't allow you to follow Wang Ku. Scarlet Ape said in a deep voice. The old man smiled bitterly and nodded. Scarlet Ape followed the old man into the carriage, and headed to the palace. The banquet of 1,000 old men was held that day. All the senior officials in Qingjing and many retired officials were invited to attend. Although no one knew what they were going to do. However, Wang Ku's name caused these old officials to reveal a surprised expression. Everyone still remembered the coup that took place decades ago. Wang Ku's rebellion was earth-shattering. Many people supported him. If the disciples of the immortal sects had not intervened, the great Qing dynasty would have changed hands long ago. Now Wang Ku was back? Some people were looking forward to Wang Ku's return, while others were disdainful. It had been decades, and Wang Ku's prestige had long been lost. Many of the old men were unwilling to attend, but they had no choice under the Wang family army's compulsion. The banquet of 1,000 old men was held in a large square in the palace. The banquet had already been set up. When the elderly officials arrived, they were arranged to take their seat. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue had a higher status, so he sat closer to the front. Scarlet Ape was wrapped in a black robe, but no one cared about his status. He sat next to the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue and waited. When the old men saw each other, they sighed. They were filled with resentment. It was not uncomfortable to be locked up in their own residences during this period of time, but they were still shrewd enough to become high-ranking officials. Soon, everyone had arrived. They were surrounded by soldiers. Wang Ku slowly walked to the front, surrounded by his eldest cousin and the others. Wang Ku. Scarlet Ape narrowed its eyes. It's really Wang Ku? He's still alive? He really went to cultivate? He's so young. It's been decades, but his appearance hasn't changed at all. What does he want? Does he still want to rule the world? Bah! When the senior officials saw Wang Ku walk to the front, they all had different expressions. They seemed to have a place to vent the resentment they had accumulated during this period. They all pointed at Wang Ku. Wang Ku stood at the front and looked at the officials with a faint smile. There are many unfamiliar faces, but of course there are also many familiar faces. Unfortunately, your faces no longer have the hot-bloodedness of the past, only the decadence of the vicissitudes of life. Wang Ku, did you call us here to ridicule us? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue glared at Wang Ku. Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue? A long time no see. I remember that when you first entered the Ministry of Revenue, you wanted to do something for the refugees in your hometown. Even at the risk of being punished and losing your position, you still wanted to submit a memorial to the court and ask for funds to help the refugees. Wholeheartedly for the public good. When I rebelled, you even called me a traitor and a traitor. What a loyal and upright official with integrity. But in the years since I left, you've risen higher and higher in Scarlet Ape's hands, but you've never written a memorial to the people again. Every day, you've exploited various places for Scarlet Ape to squander freely? A dignified and upright official has fallen to greed, ignoring the lives of the people just to protect his position? Good, very good. Are you still alive in the past? Wang Ku asked with a smile. You. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue was furious. But Wang Ku's words were all true, and the assistant minister didn't know how to refute them. Scarlet Ape's expression turned ugly. Wang Ku made it sound like I was a fatuous ruler. Damn it, I'm at the Golden Core realm now and can kill you at any time. Scarlet Ape looked around to see if there were any experts nearby. After all, as soon as it made a move and revealed itself, it would attract the attention of the Righteous Path disciples. Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, the Minister of the Ministry of Rights, and Wang Ku pointed at each official. In one breath, Wang Ku rebuked 10 old men. He listed their crimes one by one. For a moment, the faces of all the officials darkened. Wang Ku, is this the banquet you invited us to? Just to ridicule us? I can't afford this kind of banquet. Farewell. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue said angrily. I can't afford it either. The group of old men stood up. However, Wang Ke smiled coldly and kicked over the table and chair in front of him. Boom! The table and chair were overturned, shocking all the old men. Eat? I also find it disgusting to treat you people to a meal. A bunch of parasites of the country, a bunch of corrupt officials who do nothing, a bunch of enemies of the people, a bunch of thieves who suck the fat and drink the blood of the common people. The great Qing dynasty died because of you. The people of the great Qing dynasty suffered because of you. The destruction of the great Qing dynasty was all because of you. Treating you to a meal is disgusting. Wang Ke shouted. His shout made the group of old men glare at him angrily. Wang Ke, how dare you slander me? Wang Ke, I've been an official for so many years, but no one has dared to call me a corrupt official. Wang Ke, what right do you have to talk about us? The group of old men were furious. At this moment, they were no longer afraid of Wang Ke's revenge, and started arguing with Wang Ke. All right. Since that's the case, I, Wang Ke, will have a chat with everyone. Let me ask you, why did you become officials in the past? Wang Ke looked at the group of officials. Why did we become officials? The old men frowned. Assistant Minister of Revenue, tell me, why did you become an official? Do you still remember why you became an official when you were young? Do you still remember your original intention? Wang Ke asked. The Assistant Minister of Revenue frowned. Wang Ke's question was simple, but it wasn't easy to answer. After all these years of being an official, many people's thoughts had changed. My family was poor back then, so I wanted to change my fate. I studied hard. An old man recalled. Change your fate? From being ridden on by officials, to riding on the heads of commoners and shitting and peeing? Minister of Rights, have you realized that you've become the kind of person you hated the most? Wang Ke mocked. For a moment, the old man's face alternated between red and white. No, that's not it. When I became an official, I wanted to make a career out of helping the common people. An old man frowned. Then what did you do? Over the years, the great Qing dynasty has suffered countless natural and man-made disasters. How much have you done? Wasn't it all for the sake of self-preservation? Wasn't it all for the sake of earning a salary and enjoying a comfortable life? Why would they care about the lives of those refugees? Minister of Justice, what did you do? Wang Ke mocked. The old man's expression turned unsightly. For a moment, no one knew what to say. We wanted to, but the circumstances didn't allow it. With the late Emperor Zhuyan on the throne, we couldn't. An old man said bitterly. Yeah, you can't blame us. It's the late Emperor Zhuyan's fault. I wrote a memorial. Me too. I couldn't do anything about it. The late Emperor Zhuyan rejoiced in grandiose achievements and indulged in wine and women. He spent all the money to save the country. In the crowd, Zhuyan's expression changed. How did it suddenly become a meeting of criticism? I promoted you so that you can criticize me? Where's your conscience? Everyone, cursing and criticizing won't change the fact that the great Qing dynasty was destroyed. You've been an official for so many years, but you still don't understand why you became an official. What is an official? What does an official have to do? Do you know? Wang Ke looked at the crowd. The old men looked at Wang Ke. We've been officials all our lives. We don't know, but do you? As an official, you have to establish your heart for heaven and earth, establish your life for the common people, inherit the lost knowledge of the past sages, and establish peace for all ages. Have you done that? This is what an official should be like. Wang Ke said earnestly. Official? Establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing life for the common people, inheriting the lost knowledge of the past sages, and establishing peace for all ages? The group of old men trembled as they looked at Wang Ke, their faces filled with shame and shame. Only those who had reached that level could say something like that. Only by saying something like that could they prove how noble Wang Ke was, to prove how dirty they were as an official. Think about yourselves. Didn't you have such thoughts when you first became an official? Didn't you? Then look at what you've done all these years. Is it because of Juyen? It's because of yourselves. You've forgotten your identity. You've been blinded by your selfish desires and forgotten your duty as an official, Wang Ku scolded. For a moment, some of the emotional old men had tears in their eyes. They were ashamed of what they had done all these years. They thought about how they swore to do something for the common people when they first became officials, but in the end they went with the flow. Wang Ku, who was standing at the front, saw some of the old fogies shed tears of shame. For a moment, he was surprised and happy. Damn, I've prepared a lot of pretentious ancient prose from Earth to brainwash you into supporting the Wang family. I've only said one sentence, and you can't take it anymore? Chapter 133. Establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing life for the people, inheriting the supreme techniques of past sages, establishing peace for all ages? The Scarlet Ape's jaw dropped. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Wang Ku, you're spouting nonsense. Are these words for you to say? I've known you for so many years. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? How can you have the face to say that? Let's not talk about the distant past. Just look at the time at Divine Dragon Island. You established a heart for heaven and earth, only knowing how to play mahjong to earn money. Are you worthy of saying such things? The Scarlet Ape wanted to immediately expose Wang Ku. However, the experience at Divine Dragon Island made the Scarlet Ape understand that it could not let down its guard when dealing with Wang Ku. Right now, the surroundings looked calm. What if there were righteous Tao disciples? Wait a little longer. Wait for Wang Ku to finish bragging and go down alone. Then, the Scarlet Ape would quietly follow and kill him. The Scarlet Ape did not believe Wang Ku's words. However, the old officials were deeply moved. Did they still remember their lofty ambitions? After so many years, they had wasted their lives. They had long since been obliterated. Some of the officials who had failed to achieve their goals even shed silent tears. Wang Ku, the great Qing dynasty, is finished. What's the point of saying all this to us now? The great Qing dynasty is finished. The Assistant Minister of Revenue lamented. At this moment, it was not just the Assistant Minister of Revenue. Many of the officials who had been holding back earlier started crying. The great Qing dynasty is finished? Regardless of whether they had done anything beneficial to the country or the people in their lives, seeing the dynasty that they had been loyal to all their lives destroyed was like a fox mourning the death of a hare. The pain of the dynasty's destruction and their current destitute state were both sources of sadness. Who said that the great Qing dynasty is finished? As long as I, Wang Ku, am here, the great Qing dynasty will not be finished. The great Qing dynasty will always be here. Wang Ku shouted loudly. His shout interrupted everyone's sorrowful cries. All of them looked at Wang Ku in confusion. What did I just hear? The great Qing dynasty is still here? That's impossible. The royal family's relatives died long ago. The only king, the Scarlet Ape, also entered an immortal sect. The disciples of the Celestial Sect have all said that after entering the Celestial Sect, one must sever all ties with the mortal world and no longer hold the throne in the mortal world. Da Qing died long ago. The group of old ministers shook their heads bitterly. Scarlet Ape's eyelids twitched, feeling that something was amiss. What was Wang Ku trying to do? Using his own strength to hold up the sky of the great Qing dynasty? I've already given up on being the former king of Daqing, and you still want to save it? How could they be saved? Everyone, I, Wang Ku, am not lying. I have a posthumous edict here. Today, I have invited everyone here to let everyone know about it. At the same time, it was telling everyone that Daqing was still alive. Daqing still has a successor. Wang Ku said in a low voice. What? Zhu Yan's posthumous edict? The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue exclaimed in surprise. I didn't write it. Zhu Yan looked at the imperial edict in Wang Ku's hand in astonishment. It's not Zhu Yan. It's Zhu Yan's father, the former king. The posthumous edict left behind. Wang Ku said in a low voice. Wang Ku, did you just say that Da Qing still has a successor? Did the former king have an illegitimate son? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue said in astonishment. Da Qing still has a successor? The group of old ministers was instantly agitated. Zhu Yan stared at Wang Ku with wide eyes. My father has an illegitimate son? Why didn't I know about it? Minister of Rights, read it out for everyone. Wang Ku handed the imperial edict to an old man. The old man immediately started reading. I know that I don't have much time left, so I left behind this posthumous edict in case the country is destroyed. Can save the world from calamity. After my death, all the princes will fight for the throne. If the celestial sect interferes, it will cause all my sons to die and no one to inherit the throne. I hereby announce that Wang Ku is to abdicate the throne. Wang Ku loved the people like his own children and was concerned about them. He had made countless contributions to the great Qing dynasty. I hereby appoint Wang Ku as the new king of the great Qing dynasty. Dear ministers, please abide by this edict. The minister of the Ministry of Rights recited. After he finished reading, everyone fell silent. Zhu Yan's eyes widened. Wang Ku, you're shameless. How dare you write such a fake edict? How could the former king write such an edict? Loved the people like his own children and was concerned about them? You're just blowing your own trumpet, you're just shameless. This is a fake edict. Zhu Yan immediately shouted. At this moment, Zhu Yan could no longer hold it in. It was the first time someone had taken out a fake edict, and it was written in such a shameless manner. Zhu Yan shouted. Originally, it wanted to reveal its identity, but at this moment, all the old men were glaring at Wang Ku. Clearly, their expressions were the same as Zhu Yan's, which instead helped Zhu Yan conceal its identity. This black-robed man is a guard brought by the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, right? Well said. That's right, this is a fake edict. I just wrote it this morning. Wang Ku nodded. Huh. Zhu Yan's expression froze. You still have the face to admit it? His expression was full of pride. F***ck, how dare you do that? The old men were ready to fight Wang Ku to the death, but when they heard Wang Ku suddenly admit it, they were stunned. Everyone, if I said that this was a real edict, would you fight me to the death? Wang Ku looked at the group of old men. That's right, we're people of the great Qing dynasty and ghosts of the great Qing dynasty. How can we allow you to tarnish the former king? That's right, Wang Ku, we're loyal to the king. We'll fight to the death and not let anyone steal the great Qing dynasty's empire. A fake edict? You want to pass it off as the real thing? Are you worthy of the former king? The group of old men shouted and scolded. Ha ha ha, we're people of the great Qing dynasty and ghosts of the great Qing dynasty. We're loyal to the king and we're not worthy of the former king? Good, 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 you're not afraid of death. But all of you are traitors who destroy the country. Wang Ku stared at everyone and shouted. What did you say? Everyone stared. What did I say? Let me ask you, the great Qing dynasty has collapsed and the warlords are killing each other. Do you know about this? Wang Ku asked in a deep voice. Who doesn't know about this? We can't do anything. An old man said in a deep voice. The warlords are fighting and the people have no way to make a living. Do you know? There was a drought this year and there were natural disasters. Some people were frozen to death. What about now? The warlords are fighting and the people are dying. It's a horrible scene. Do you know about this? Wang Ku asked. We can't do anything. Another old man frowned. Bullshit. What warlords are fighting? Let me tell you, the people's misery is all because of you. Wang Ku glared and shouted. Wang Ku, you're distorting the truth, you. The group of old men stared. I'm distorting the truth? Haha, let me ask you, if this edict is real, are you willing to abide by it? Quickly let the great Qing dynasty re-establish the central government and issue orders to all parts of the great Qing dynasty to quickly settle down and eliminate those rebels as quickly as possible so that the people can resume their peaceful lives. Are you willing? Wang Ku asked in a deep voice. But this is fake. A fake edict. How can we abide by it? The Assistant Minister of Revenue glared. That's right, we can't agree. The great Qing dynasty is the Zhou clan's empire. You, an outsider with the surname Wang, want to steal it? The Minister of Rights glared. So, you only care about the bloodline of the monarch and not the lives of the people. The lives of the people have nothing to do with you, right? Wang Ku asked in a deep voice. We. Everyone's faces froze. You? Don't you remember? The one who raised you is not Zhu Yan, but the great Qing dynasty. You are loyal to the great Qing dynasty, not Zhu Yan's bloodline. Wang Ku shouted at the crowd. Isn't that the same? The Assistant Minister of Revenue said in a deep voice. It's not the same at all. Zhu Yan is Zhu Yan. The great Qing dynasty is the great Qing dynasty. The great Qing dynasty is not a part of Zhu Yan, but Zhu Yan is a part of the great Qing dynasty. The great Qing dynasty includes Zhu Yan, including you, including the millions of people. The millions of people are the most important part of the great Qing dynasty. You should not be loyal to Zhu Yan, but to the people, to the common people. You should be loyal to heaven and earth, loyal to the people, inheriting the lost knowledge of the past saints, and establishing peace for all ages. You are not Zhu Yan's personal dogs. You are not your own, you are the common people's, you are the common people's. How did you become Zhu Yan's dogs? Are you worthy of the official robes you wear? Are you worthy of the expectations of the people? Wang Ku was almost shouting. His shout was like a great bell, shaking everyone. Only Zhu Yan stared at Wang Ku with wide eyes. You really know how to King brag. You're going to remove me from the great Qing dynasty just like that? As officials, you have failed to live up to the standards I just mentioned. Let's see, where did your salary come from? Where did your glory and wealth come from? Wang Ku questioned everyone. It's from the imperial court, an official whispered. That's right, can you speak louder? It's the imperial court's salary, but where did the imperial court's money come from? Did Zhu Yan transform it for you? No. It's the common people who pay taxes to support you. It's the common people's wealth. It's the common people's wealth that allows you to enjoy a good life. It's the common people who grit their teeth and cut off a little oil from their own bodies for you. It's not Zhu Yan, it's the common people. Wang Ku shouted. Right now, the common people are suffering, being oppressed by warlords, and living a life worse than death. You officials are watching the common people suffer, but you don't care. You can't do anything about it. It's over just like that? You can just ignore it? Wang Ku mocked. For a moment, the group of old men lowered their heads, their expressions pained. Remember, your salary comes from the common people's wealth. It's easy to abuse the common people, but difficult for the heavens to bully. The heavens are watching what you do. Look at what you've been doing all your lives. Vermin, you're all vermin. Wang Ku scolded. Some of the old men wiped away their tears in shame. Not far away, Zhu Yan was already dumbfounded. What's the point of scolding a group of old men like this? Wang Ku, then tell us, what can we do? The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue said through gritted teeth. The great Qing dynasty is already chaotic enough. It can't be any more chaotic. The fastest way to settle the common people is to announce that the great Qing dynasty still exists, and that the central government led by Qin Jing still exists. You are all elders of the imperial court, and your disciples and old men are all over the world. Immediately write letters to all the major cities, and have your disciples and old men immediately announce their support for the new government of the Wang family. Let the great Qing dynasty quickly stabilize, and restore the old order. Let the rebel army be unable to recruit any more soldiers, cut off all their supplies, and let them become rootless duckweeds. At that time, the rebel army will immediately collapse. The common people will once again resume their peaceful lives. Wang Ku advised solemnly. Wang Ku, you want this fake edict to become real? Zhu Yan suddenly said angrily. All the old men looked at Wang Ku. Naturally, we can't follow the edict. I, Wang Ku, have already entered the immortal sect and am a monk. How can I inherit the throne? Therefore, I will abdicate and let your great general become the successor of the great Qing dynasty. Wang Ku pulled his eldest cousin aside. His eldest cousin and the others were already dumbfounded. The family head was still the best. After a round of boasting, the group of stubborn old men couldn't stop crying. Him? All the old officials looked at Wang Ku's eldest cousin. That's right. Everyone, I still ask you the same question. Do you still remember your original intentions? Why are you officials? Don't you want to do something for the common people? That's right, you can ignore it. Since the great Qing dynasty has already been destroyed, just wait for the people of your beloved homeland to be plunged into misery and suffering. Perhaps some of your families can still hold on, but what about the common people? What about the common people who gave you power? Everyone, the great Qing dynasty needs to rely on you loyal subjects to protect it. What you need to protect is not that bastard Zhu Yan, but the great Qing dynasty. Wang Ku advised. The old officials fell silent. Zhu Yan was about to explode. You are the bastard. Zhu Yan brought the great Qing dynasty to destruction, and you are also responsible for it. You have indulged him too much all these years. Now is the time for you to save the great Qing dynasty. At the same time, once you save the great Qing dynasty, your names will go down in history, and your descendants will be glorious and have a smooth career. You will be a role model for the world, praised by the common people, and a great contributor to the peace of the world. Wang Ku advised. For a moment, all the old officials' hearts trembled. Some were moved by Wang Ku's righteousness, but some were not. They were still concerned about their own interests, and when they heard Wang Ku's last sentence, they were finally moved. Yes, in this chaotic world, although their families were not trapped in other places like they were now, would there be absolute safety in this chaotic world? They could be killed by the enemy at any time. Then, everything would be over. However, if they followed Wang Ku and fully supported the Wang family to inherit the great Qing dynasty, they would be contributors to the founding of the dynasty, and their families would be able to prosper for countless generations. Immediately, some of the old officials who were attracted by the benefits before them were the first to speak. Wang Ku, you're right. The great Qing dynasty has been destroyed under the leadership of Zhu Yan, but I didn't do anything. I've let down the great Qing dynasty, let down the people of the great Qing dynasty, let down my salary, let down my official robe. I've long forgotten my aspiration when I entered the officialdom. It was you who woke me up. I will not pretend anymore, I will cooperate with you. I acknowledge that this imperial edict is real, and I want to do something for the people. I want to do something for the people I have always wanted to do. I support the Wang family to inherit the great Qing dynasty. An old official said. Minister of Rights, thank you for being willing to do something for the people. I thank you on behalf of the people. Wang Ku said solemnly. I also wish that this imperial edict is real. I want to write to all my students and officials, and ask them to support the great Qing dynasty of the Wang family. I also wish that this imperial edict is real. I want to inform all my nephews who are leading troops to not join the various warlords, and to be loyal to the great Qing dynasty. I also wish to honor this imperial edict. For a time, the old officials expressed their willingness to cooperate with this imperial edict. Set your heart for heaven and earth. Set your life for the people. Inherit the lost knowledge of the past. Bring peace to all ages. Your salary is the blood of the people. The people are easy to abuse, but the heavens cannot bully you. The heavens are watching what people do. For a time, a group of old men in the square were vehement, and they were willing to use all their connections to support Wang Ku's eldest cousin's ascension to the throne. They were willing to support this fake imperial edict as real. They were willing to use their own shoulders to carry the collapsing Great Qing dynasty. Even the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue who had accompanied Zhu Yan into the palace looked impassioned, as if they had been brainwashed by a pyramid scheme, and were swearing their oaths on steroids. It's fake, it's fake. Wang Ku said that the imperial edict is fake? Have you all lost your minds? Zhu Yan was furious. Unfortunately, the voices of the old men were too loud, and Zhu Yan's voice was completely drowned out. When Zhu Yan saw that these old officials were going to use all their resources to support Wang Ku's family, he immediately went crazy. Are you all crazy? The king could brag, but it was all for the sake of gaining benefits. Wang Ku, you've gone too far. Zhu Yan immediately took off his hat and jumped out.